Botrix has correctly joined the channel. Artextric is now live. Streaming art, draw with me anime art studies and reactions.
23 hashtag podcast hashtag animeart hashtag how to draw hashtag art.
That's annoying. Anyway, so if I want to look at the back of the head of the individual, then I'll put the gearbox here, meaning the gear itself, and then, dude, okay. Like that. Now we're seeing the side of the head, like so. Now we are under the chin's here, and the nose is about here, depending on the angle we're looking at the character. And then if I want to see like the very top of his head, I would put right here, and then I would actually, no, that's actually looking from the top of the head from the side, like that. So we're looking at the top of the head, we're looking from the side of the head, we're looking from the bottom side of the head. So there's different angles we can go with if we do the gearbox method. So like if I can put the circle virtually anywhere, I can get something out of it. So like,
Says I see. This makes the head make more sense.
yeah, so if I put the head here, if I make the circle and I put it right here.
Says it underscore thanks for being a hero.
See here, and then now we're looking at it directly on the side. But most people don't want to do stuff like that. So like if you have them lying down, that's one way you can draw it. But if you want to draw it much more efficiently, like say we want to look at it from, because virtually anywhere you put the circle will indicate a direction it's going to go based on the visor you make. So we have them looking from the side, like that. And I can put the ear here. Because remember, this is not the ear. The circle is not the ear. It is where the ear is located, but it's not the ear. So like, when I make the circle like this, right? I slant it like this. Like that. Because the jaw is actually slanted like this. And the ear just falls through with that slant. And then you can make the cranium a little more elongated, like this. Because that's actually how your head's supposed to be. This is why I said it's a box. Because your head's actually more of a box, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? It's not a round circle-ish thing. It's more of a box, cranium-wise. And then when you get good at drawing heads, you can move on moving to neck and add shoulders and neck.
Says I teach. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, doing my thing. Then we can add a shoulder here.
Says salutations, my good chum.
Hello. Hello, salutations. And then we can start adding the back and have the arms like that. Or
says that hi mono.
Hello. And then we put the shoulders like this. Right? Like it really, this is why you should break it down and start from the head and just keep going and just do head training like this. I think this is the best way to actually like you know, improve in this way instead of trying to go at everything randomly at once, because it makes no sense to do such things, you know.
Says that salutations.
So I would always say to anyone who's trying to get into drawing, do that.
Says I'm just going to stay for a minute or two before I have to go sleep.
Okay.
Says it underscore dot ren dot underscore dot ren underscore hi.
Hello. Okay. So here. I'll just leave it there. Now what we can do Like that, right? So we have. Oh, there, fix that a little bit. Okay.
Thank you, Mono, for X 101 likes. Thank you, Mono,
Now
for
we're
X
gonna
191 likes.
Now what we're gonna do is translate this to this. It's really simple. Making someone more on the heavier side is just as easy as making someone on the skinny side.
Says they'll give you the new battle pass.
Pretty funny. Okay, let me see here. And then what we'll do is put that and then just add a little bit of curvage here. I'm just gonna add a little curve like that. I'm erasing this inside. Alright. Just erase all that. Erase all this. Okay. Now we're going to go here. This doesn't look real natural. Okay. I'm gonna chupify this leg. Because there's more bumps and lumps happening here when you draw a body type differently. Okay.
Says it father died in Amity and Hyperbolics.
Use Spartacus.
Thank you, Mono, for X 294 likes. Thank you, Mono, for X 384 likes.
Says hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Mono, for X 472 likes.
Okay. Now the brass.
Thank you, Alicia, for X 108 likes.
Says all right, I'm going now. Have a nice day, everyone.
Alright, later, Mono. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Okay, and now what we'll do.
Says it by Mono.
Like that. Now we erase this. Okay. When they're more heavier, they have more bigger breasts. 9 times out of 10. Okay. Now we're gonna fix this. It looks a little too cartoony. So we're gonna make that look a little more natural. Okay. And then we're gonna look there.
Says it's me.
Let's see here. that. Okay, I'm gonna clean this up.
Thank you, Tilda for following.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Okay. So gotta be chubby. Okay, I gotta look at it more objectively, not looking at this closely. Clean that up. Okay.
Thank you, Tilda for following.
Thank you, I appreciate the follow. Okay.
Says now that's a big character.
Now I'm gonna erase some parts that needs to be cleaned up. Okay. Okay. Leg are fine there. Let's fix this leg. Okay, now the slightliness one here. Okay, the problem here is that this is too propped up. So we need to grab this and push it down. There we go. I don't feel so propped up from before. There we go. Well, let's fix it, but... Alright.
Thank you, Stormy Clouds, for following.
Okay.
Says nice.
Thank you, Mr. Arcadia, for following.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, that's where the problem's coming from. Okay. That's why it looks so weird, because it's not connecting. Okay, my bad. It's not connecting here. There we go. That was supposed to connect. And it looks a lot better. Looks a lot more natural. It doesn't look like it's propped up on top. It's... Okay. Alright. Looks a little more natural.
Thank you, Brightro Close, for X 105 likes.
Says the beauty standard was redder and rounder. Like that.
No. That. Mine's too wide. I got it. It's too wide. So what I need to do is make the top probably a bit smaller. A bit smaller here. Okay. Here. Okay, and then that can work. Okay. Arms a little bit too.
Roses and roses, baby.
Thank you.
Roses and roses, baby.
Thank you, Foxy, for sending 5X Rose.
Roses and roses, baby. Roses and roses, baby. Says, what are you drawing on?
Clip Studio Paint XP Pen E22. Link in bio. Links in bio. Label them. And everything. What's mine and what's not.
Thank you, user, for following.
Says so you're not identifying the core shapes and adding into them. You're focused on the contours.
Yes. Clean that down. Okay. Fix that leg. Yeah, what the f-
Thank you, 11, for following. Thank you, local minute, for following.
Oop.
Thank you for saving X for following. Thank you, Vic, for following. Resolve the following.
Some power out of space. Yeah, I'm starting to realize this thing's acting out. The fuck? Right here needs help.
welcome Anna for following.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arts by Gammy, for sending 1x heart me.
Thank you. Dude, what the f- Oh shit, I totally forgot about YouTube Shorts. Man, it's so easy to forget about. God, every time it's so fucking annoying.
Says so, saving up for AXP pen.
Good. Good. Good to hear that.
Roses and roses, baby. Roses and roses, baby. Roses and roses, baby.
Thank you, Arts by Gammy, for sending 4x rose.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Says this is really interesting.
Yeah.
Says, did you watch Mob Psycho? Him just starting it.
Yes, I've seen it before. I have not finished season 3 yet, but I have to get around to it. Eventually.
Says, have you watched HXH?
Yes. And finished it so far.
Says, from where did you get the anatomy figures?
This is from Pinterest. Okay.
Roses, baby.
Says Pinterest every artist's best friend.
Thank you, Arts by Andy, for sending 4x rows.
Roses, baby.
That is a fact.
Says it underscore true. Says keep up the good work. See you again.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll see you. Oh. Okay.
Says he'll be back in about our phone's battery's low and I gotta walk the dog now.
Okay. Okay.
Says hear me out, everyone.
Ah, shit. Oh, my head. Don't. Okay. Anyway.
Says morning to you, teacher.
Hello. Morning. How are you? Okay. Now, what I do is clean this up.
Thank you, Branon, for X 103 likes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll just leave it be. Just keep it basic. Don't know why he's saying no for. Let me see here.
Says only I love your Dragon Ball drawings.
Oh, thank you. I wish I did more. I had more time on the Akira Toriyama drawing, but I didn't have much time, so it was pretty rushed through, as you can see, compared to my Goku drawing from Daima. I would have put more effort into it, but I didn't have much time, so I had to get around to it. So I had to rush through it, so that's why it looks pretty undone from the recent drawing. I wanted more time, but I didn't have it.
Says I was saddened that Iriki was my childhood hero.
Yeah. Oh, it's really sad. It's hard to believe that he's gone. You can't divorce him from Dragon Ball. It is his creation, but you just can't divorce him from it. You know. It's sad. You know, it's funny. Akira Toriyama kind of like, I'm not trying to make this sound like a joke, but like, in a way, in a very strange and weird way, predicted his own death. If you think of it. Because in the Android Saga, the Android Saga, he predicted Goku was going to die by heart disease. And that's how he passed away, from heart disease. Well, a heart attack, but that's a form of heart disease, I guess you can say. So him and Goku kind of pretty much, well, Future Trunks version or timeline
Says
vibes
yeah.
anyway. So it's kind of sad. I wonder how this is affecting Oda.
Says never thought of that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Twin Sketches, for following.
I'm pretty sure Oda was pretty shook up by the whole thing. Because I think it was pretty close, if I think of it now, because he always looked up to him. I think majority of most mangaka who's a very famous look up to him in some form. So for him to pass away, that must have really shook them up. You know, in a weird way, that kind of made a lot of people who are into like anime or webtoons or the webcomics, it kind of put a fire in their ass now, because they're like, no, time is not barred and it's not promised to anyone. You know? Because that one webtoon that you're working on, or manga you want to work on, or comic book, whatever the fuck you want to refer to it as, doesn't write itself, so all those times you say, oh, no one's gonna read my shit, or whatever the fuck. That's probably the best time you should keep writing. And don't worry about if everyone's gonna read it or not. Because I'm pretty sure he wasn't thinking that when he made Dragon Ball. Maybe he did in a form, but he pushed through and was able to serialize Dragon Ball back in the 80s, and it's a $1 billion franchise. Dude was like the Stan Lee of comics, of manga. I don't know if Akira Toriyama had serious heart attacks over his time when he was getting old, but I feel like that was like the first one that took him out. That weird feeling. This is part of why you should always make sure to take care of yourself, because and most mangaka has a lot of bad health issues because they don't take care of their health. Take care of yourself. Because most of them put off their health because they're not dying or anything like that. And that usually ends up being the killer of them. It's because of the heart disease, or they don't get enough exercise, or whatever the case may be. You should always take care of yourself. You never know what's going to happen in the future. You're not going to be young forever. So might as well take the time to take care of yourself and don't overdo it.
Says I did what you said yesterday. The point, and I go look at my first drawing that I didn't need more work. Says, yeah, that's why I'm glad Yuki changed to 3 monthly.
Yeah. I might do the same. I might stream every weekend, but not every day anymore. Because this does take somewhat of a toll on your health.
Thank you for following.
Thank you for the follow.
Says I teach.
Hello. How are you?
Says that a known user for 5 Iari. Says, are you in school or in text?
What? Am I in school and in tech? What does that mean? In text?
Says he's calling you Tex.
Oh, okay.
Says I just use Tex as a shorter way than saying
Oh,
the whole name.
okay, I get it now. I was like, I thought you was talking about actual Texas or some crap. No. Not right now, I'm not in school. Thinking about going back, but it costs money, so. I want to go back though. If I go back, it will be for my computer science degree instead of my psychology degree.
Says I need the bucks.
My hair is broken. God, I hate these type of fuck. God, I hate these type of panties. They're very stupid. I don't like them. Never liked them. When girls wear them up to their stomach, it looks so weird. It looks like an old grandma. Like a granny panty or something. I don't know. It does look so odd to me.
Says low.
It's like women in the 90s, they used to wear things like this. They wear the bikini top all the way to their stomach. I was like, why? It just looks really odd. Probably is more comfortable for all I know, but Jesus Christ, it always looks so weird. Okay. Okay,
Nikki Spanish the following.
Nikki Spanish. Oh, Ricky Spanish. Oh man, that was a funny. Ricky Spanish. Oh, Roger.
Says ha ha ha. Hell yeah.
That was really funny. He'll do some degenerate insane shit. He's like, it's Ricky Spanish.
Sub_Hirschheiler.
Hello. Hey, Hirsch. What's going on? Let's go.
Thank you, Grape Juice, for X 105 likes. Thank you, Grape Juice, for X 193 likes.
Grape juice.
Says the music had him packing vibes.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Teach, how are you? I've been playing horror games today with Devilus and Colin. Today I screamed only when I saw the giant spider, otherwise only laughed at the jump scares. Deca 90 Omega Little.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's cool. Glad that you're enjoying yourself. So glad that you're enjoying yourself. Oh, fun.
The voice sound like a robot face.
Robot. Do. Boop. Okay. Yeah, okay. Like that, and then like that, and then like this. Okay. I do not like how I drew the skinny one. The more slender one. Doesn't look all that appealing compared to the thicker one. It's really plain and boring. This is a good example of what happens when before I get to that, let me just get the other stuff out of the way and then I'll explain what I mean. this is a perfect example of what happens when either the gesture or the lines don't make sense, but they're not well defined. As you can see, the lines in this drawing and drawing A looks a lot more that's the right word. You can see that in drawing A. Let me see here. That it looks a little bit more tacky. It doesn't look all that interesting. The lines are not all that defined well, or it's just lacking personality or something like that, or something to that extent. Right.
Says green Fortnite.
So what we can do is try to make it better. Now, what's happening is that this is what happens when you don't get things in order when you're doing the beginning stages of the drawing. This one was taken with more care, like B compared to A. Like A is a little bit less, not as interesting because it's not well defined as it should be. It really isn't. Compared to B. B is a lot more defined. The lines are a lot more relaxed. This one's look a little more tacky. It just feels like it's just kind of like it doesn't have that softness happening. No puns attended on B, but I'm just saying it's just lacking a sense of relaxedness. It seems too stiff, or something about it doesn't look right. This is why if you're doing your shapes and your forms and your gestures, these are things that you need to get out of the way first before you go any more further with color theory or perspective or where the fuck. You have to get these out of the way first and make them.
Says I consider myself an alpha gigachot only in Ohio Rizzler.
Okay, that's great. So anyway, like the shapes and forms and gesture needs to be refined. You don't want this. It looks too stiff. It looks too stiff. It lacks personality. Lacks personality.
Why that the first thing I hear?
And then the next thing you need to know is that the lines are lacking. So you don't want this, no. You want this to be more relaxed. The shapes are there because what we're going to use is the idea of using like shapes here, like so. So if I were to do the shapes like this and like this, and then this upper half will be like this. Circles are here. Okay, and then legs are about here and about here, and then anything else is like this. Right.
I mean, the first one looks better,
Because this one is the better one here compared to this one. Because this one is just the not only just the jagged lines makes it look like more, but it's just too stiff. This looks more relaxed. So the more relaxed your drawing looks, the more appealing it will look by default. So you don't have to worry about it looking like shit. And then once you get these three refined, then everything else will just fall into place once you have if there's not like extreme perspective or foreshortening. This will actually be a lot more. This would have looked a lot better if we just did a lot more better of the proportions correctly and all that stuff. So, but this is more correct because we put more care into this. And then when you put shading on it, it gives it more 3-dimension. And then when you give it the 3-dimension, it looks even more refined than it would if natural. So, or so. So yeah, that's one way to learn and look, and you not need to analyze and look at what is the difference between them other than just the body shapes. We need to look and identify what makes it look interesting and what makes it less interesting. The only thing that this one probably lacking compared to this one is that the lines are not cleaned up as much. But then again, I would prefer this side compared to this one. I would always prefer this one over this one.
Says you're a similar artist to William McLeod.
Ooh, I don't know who that is, but that sounds cool. Let me see, and then what we'll do is use a little bit of ellipse lining to give it a little bit more 3-dimensional. But we have to make sure that we're curving our way through on our character, so we can really give that defined features. All right. That's that. So yeah. So there you go. And to the people who bitch and moan at me about, you don't draw enough overweight women, I'm like, I do. You just don't watch or stay long enough to see that. Now I need to check what's trending on fucking Twitter. What is trending on Twitter right now? John Cena, Mario versus Sonic. Multiverses? Nah, I don't care for that.
Says hi.
Hello.
Says, are you drawing Goku?
Yes, because this is Goku.
Says at mini_JIDA and 88 high G bomb.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on, anime? What's going on, bro? Oh. Okay.
Says was it night time at your place?
Just woke up. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm not really sure what that means by my time, my place. Oh, I love some pizza right now.
Thank you, Slim.asmp, for following.
There you go. Yeah, I'm not feeling this. I haven't done this in a while. So like, boom, boom. The neck is pretty long, probably is AI for all I know. Woke up today. How you doing? I'm doing well, but what are you up to? Other than waking up, what is your plans today? Okay.
Getting ready for work tonight.
Okay. I hear you. Work is important. You know, I shouldn't have done that. Nope, I should have never done that. When I think of it now, first you must establish what's underneath before you establish. Okay, so the neck is here, right? Body's like this. Body's like this. It's kind of curving towards it. Okay. Narrow.
Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
Oh, I hate that fucking thing. I gotta turn that thing off.
Thank you, Drawtime, for X 193 likes. Thank you, Drawtime, for X 283 likes.
Says, do people send you their drawings to get tips from you?
Yes, but they have to be a student. Because that's just too much much labor just to look at other people's work, and there's nothing benefiting from it. Guy E2, this commie sucks.
Daily drawdown for X 379 likes. Daily drawdown for X 484 likes.
Says, I'm crying someone put an ad on a video about my first 10 pull on a game.
I don't know what that means.
Daily drawdown for X 574 likes. Daily drawdown for X 661 likes.
Says they said I'm buying this case for you, I ain't even know them.
Daily drawdown for X 754 likes. Daily drawdown for X 859 likes. Daily drawdown for X 949 likes.
Don't fuck it up!
What do you mean? Yeah, I made cookies last time.
No, you guys made some weird cookies the other time. Don't let her touch it. Don't let her touch it. She put some weird shit. Cookie that was wild.
Those aren't cookies, those are death.
She's forbidden from making cookies.
Daily drawdown for X 1129 likes.
That shit was wild. I couldn't believe what she put in the cookie. Like, no, mom's not allowed to make no cookies. Only you can make the cookies because she did some fuck shit. What the fuck she did to the cookie?
Daily drawdown for X 1225.
Still up to this day, can't understand why. What possessed her to do such things? Cookie. Like, it's not that, it wasn't that serious for you to fuck up the cookie.
Daily drawdown for X 1327 likes.
Like, we don't get much in this house, and you just go fuck up the cookies the way you did? No, you banned. Hard banned. You can't touch cookies again. Hard banned.
Daily drawdown for X 1417 likes.
That's wild, man. She is forbidden for touching the cookies or make cookies in this house again.
Daily drawdown for X 1507 likes.
I forgot what the fuck she did to the cookies, but that was wild, man. That pissed me off. And I criticized hard on her cookies in front of her. I'm like, the fuck are you doing to the cookie?
Daily drawdown for X 1601 likes.
Oh, you're disrespecting the cookies like that. That is wild, man.
Says pineapple cookies.
I think that's what she did. I think she put pineapples in the cookies, if I remember right. She burnt it at the same time. Like, how do you put something that's not even supposed to be in there and then burn it? Like, like this is a trolling attack on me. Okay. You know, it was a bizarre but stupid cartoon that aired on Nickelodeon and went to Nicktoons pretty fast within like less than a year.
Says cat dog.
No, it was My Dad is a Rockstar. That shit was a stupid show. I was like, what is the premise is that this dude,
Says what?
this kid who used to watch, who has a dad who happens to be like a Kiss knockoff, is a celebrity with his hippy dippy woke mom, and then is like his two black friends. I guess they're black friends. Well, one's light skin, you know, one's dark skin. It's a dark skin black guy, and the light skin, I think, girl. I think they go out. I think they actually go out at one point. But like, the show was kind of dumb because it was like, it just didn't see the point of the show. It was just like, it's not pointless. They just went with a very like, I guess, uncommon premise, and then that's pretty much it. That's the substance. Everything else that happens on the show is boring, typical shit, or something that could have been seen in another show or done already. That was a very weird show. I don't ever hear anyone say anything about it, talk about it, mention it at all, or don't even fucking remember it. So like,
Says what?
like that was a show that no one remembers or talks about.
Says I don't remember that show.
Yep, My Dad is a Rockstar. If you type it in, you know what I'm talking about. You'll see it. Just type. It was on Nickelodeon. It went straight to Nicktoons. I always learned that if a show goes straight to Nicktoons or go to Boomerang, that usually the show is a total failure. Or it's so old that it has to be over there.
Says I'm tired.
You should go lay down.
Says sorry, Teach. Long week for me.
Another show, I guess you can't call it woke, But it was a different show. It was progressive, I guess you can say that, but it wasn't woke. Before woke became even a thing, but it was the show called Pelswick. One thing I got noticed with Nicktoons that or Nickelodeon, they always have the most ugliest art styles. They usually go with the most ugliest art styles on purpose.
Says Pelswick.
Mm-hmm.
Says like South Park.
No, that's on purpose. I'm pretty sure that was the that's technically on purpose because they can always upgrade their art style anytime they want. They have the money. It's not like so it's ultimately on purpose. Because once a show gets enough funding, they tend to up the ante on the art style eventually, or at least change up. Disney tends to do the opposite. They tend to have a good art style and go backwards for some odd reason, like American Dragon Jake Long. That shit went backwards real fast. The art style was originally good when it first started, and then it went backwards and it looked yucky and stupid. It's pretty distracting because compared to Jake's original design with him on like 2 feet and looking more like an anthropomorphic dragon compared to him being just a lanky dragon in his I think that's second season.
Says, yeah, I like the older style better.
Yeah, the older style was a lot cleaner, a lot smoother, easier to read. The other one is really like...
Says some goes backwards, some goes forwards. It depends on the movie.
No, it's a show. But like it's really odd how they went totally backwards on that. But I guess it was just to save money, or because I guess the original art style was too hard to maintain on a weekly somewhat basis or a monthly basis or whatever the fuck. So they had to go down with a much more crooked, crude looking art style. Because your art style will tell you a lot on how much the quality will be worth. Because if you have a clean, very advanced looking art style, that's gonna be extremely hard to produce on a daily basis if it's something that's gonna be animated every other week. And keep the consistency. That's usually where the problem comes in. You gotta get a bunch of artists who can mimic that same art style, which is hard for them to do. It's a hard skill to do. But it's possible. But it takes a very long time. This is where I think a lot of shows these days, like Netflix, I think really revolutionized the idea of like a small mini series like One Piece or like Dark or like any of these shows that came out on Netflix usually are very small mini series. 8 episodes at max. At minimum 5, I believe. I think 5 to 6, but maximum 8 to 10. I think it's easier to produce, less money on them, and then if it's a hit, that's even more. They get more profit of less, which is not a bad strategy business-wise. I don't think that's a bad strategy, but then again, it can be frustrating because people, it's also because of Netflix. We have this binge culture that we have now because
Says, yeah, it's hard to find a good binge series that's long.
Yeah, because
and most shows aren't that good.
Yeah, because like the problem with Netflix is that this is a mix between Netflix's issue and the companies before, because at the time when Disney and all these other companies before they started doing the streaming service, they put all their movies and shows on Netflix. So everyone had something to binge, because if you like Friends or some shit, you can binge that as much, or you like Supernatural or anything that was not Netflix owned or CW owned, it was like you can literally binge your favorite show, and it had almost every season with a small price of like what, $3.99? I think it was $3.99, $5.99 a month. That was a great price, you know, $5.99 a month just to get every show and movie that you can just binge watch whenever you want, whether it's new or old. And they always had new content because the old content was the best back catalog for them. So even if they had nothing new, they didn't have to worry because they had all the sitcoms, the movies, all the hits and all that stuff. But now, since everyone
Says
left,
like the Vampire Diaries is one I see a lot of people that watch.
Yeah.
They're obsessed with that series.
yeah, my girlfriend got me into that show. Well, not got me into it. She forced me to watch it, and then I ended up liking it. I do enjoy Klaus. He's a delight to watch. He reminds me so much of Vegeta. It's not even funny in a very strange way.
Says Twilight.
Or so. So like the thing is about it's a mix of a lot of things that happen through Netflix because Netflix made the binging culture. But now shows are not as produced as well as they used to, or super woke, depending on who you're asking. They have to be more cautious on what they produce now. They can't just produce anything, because even if they made like 10 woke series, there's 50 other good shows that already exist nostalgia-wise, so you didn't have to worry about it was woke or not. But because wokeism is just constantly everywhere now, and you can't unsee it, after a while you start realizing it. You can't you're more vigilant than ever. That's why the Sweet Babies and all these other progressive like companies are not taken seriously anymore, or they don't have the same power as they used to, like 6 or 7 years
Says,
ago.
yeah, it's insanity, that'll admit.
Yeah, because they push in topics and very insane things that wouldn't fly years ago or a decade ago. But now people are waking up to this. That's why people are not quick to throw their money away towards like something like Disney. Because back
forget Lovecraft, please.
Like if I remember right, like back then Disney, if anything was Disney connected, people throw money at it just instantly because it was Disney. Now people are so cautious that Disney's even in the works, they don't want nothing to do with it because of the stances they took, the hard heaviness.
Says like that one show that drives me crazy. That Miss Rachel show. She's
Miss Rachel. I'm not familiar with that one, but like the hard stances they took, or the stubbornness and the arrogance that they have now, I think they're now need to really course correct, because what Disney had was they had several IPs that was already, like, they already had their own IPs, so that was strong enough on their own. So when they bought Marvel, I think back in 2002, I think it was 2018, 2019, when they bought Marvel back then, that's when the arrogance really came in, after they got, I think, Marvel and Star Wars. Now, everyone thought Star Wars was going to be amazing because it was under the Disney brand, because Disney did a pretty good job at the time when they didn't go woke.
Says I thought they bought it in 2018.
I think, no, definitely not. They bought it in, like, I think, between either 2010 or 2009 or 8. Because they kind of got Disney got both Marvel and Marvel pretty much around the same
Says
times.
2009, I just checked.
Yeah, so it was between either 2008 or 2010, so like that was it. So like, but before the whole ESG, Larry Fink, Vanguard bullshit came through, everyone was kind of excited because like Disney produced pretty good movies and stories based on their back catalog. So like death and stuff wasn't like a big loss on their behalf, because they have a bunch of movies that had death in it and mentioning of death in some form, or using it in a way that is very like digestible for young audiences and older. But now, because they went woke at that time, well, I think the wokeism really came in like late 2012 or early 2014. I think it really started taking hold within like 2012, 2013, like early 2013 or mid 2013, and that's where everything just started going downhill from that point. Because people had hope when they had the latest Star Wars movie was, like, not the latest, but the first, I think, Star Wars movie from Disney with J.J. Abrams was A New Hope. I think that was it. People had high hopes for that, and then it just went out off the rails after the following movie that came after. So like that's the problem there. and then they really start pushing the girl boss thing, and then making every woman like unstoppable to the point that it's almost unbelievable, because majority of most times you will not see women in these type of positions half the time, because not because they can't, just that majority of the time they don't want to. Most women do not want to be a superhero. I'm not saying some doesn't want to be, but majority of them do not, or do things that men are into. They just don't. They gravitate things that they would normally do for reputation wise, but not for like overly like adventurous ways like that. No, not in the slightest. Actually, most girls get into superhero stuff because of the men, not even because they like them. It's just because they find them heroic in that sense. But most times
What
they
I
don't put
remember
themselves
that
in
made
that.
it stop, especially the magic, was when TikTok first started showing rumored backstories behind the Walt Disney movies, or what should have originally been placed in the movie, and the parents realized what the message was being sent to their kids, and they started to lose interest in Disney movies.
Yeah, they became less family focused, and then more progressively focused. See, what's funny about this, the irony about Disney, the pure irony about
Says
Disney,
that I remember hearing about.
is that Disney was progressive when they was not being progressive. People genuinely like Disney because they was progressive when they was not trying to be progressive. Like, Disney had something that most Western shows or most Western movies had something before this started. They had something called the show but not tell rule, right? So when you do the show but not tell rule, that gives your audience an idea, but don't tell them outright, because you're not insulting them to hold their hand through every fucking thing, right? So the issue that comes into this is that when they were not progressive, you can kind of figure out what's happening without being told. And that was rewarding for the audience. That made you more engaged into this movie or the show that you're watching at the time, right? So if you're watching like Atlantis, or like what was like Mulan, or even Fantasia, you had an idea what was going. I think Fantasia is a perfect example of this, because it was mostly music focus, but it was telling a story through music, and there was no real dialogue happening. A lot like if you're watching like Tom and Jerry or something. So like if you was watching like Fantasia as a kid, you would probably get traumatized because of that whole devil hell scene one. But other than that, everything else was interpreted based on what was happening, right? So that was a good distinction of showing, or at least saying to your audience that they're not stupid enough not to figure out what's going on. Because if they wasn't confident of their audience not to figure it out, they would have probably never made the movie. So that proves that there was some type of respect on both audience and creators' parts on that project, right? But now, if you watch any show, anything nearly that is engulfed in the wokeism. What will happen is they'll just hold your hand and tell you outright how you feel, what the other person's feeling. Like, it just doesn't make much sense, because that's not how people look at life. Most people don't say much of anything. So it's very rare that, very odd for a show to outright tell you what the characters are outright feeling. That doesn't feel natural. It just feels very synthetic. It doesn't feel real. You know what I'm saying? So this is where that problem comes in. So, this is why the idea of Disney is not the same anymore, because, well, most of the people that's working there is not even there anymore, or they're dead, or they just gave up because they got ousted because they had certain political ideologies and views that doesn't align with the current zeitgeist of today. So that's why most of them are either not there anymore, or they didn't want to be blacklisted, so they resigned before they got blacklisted. So they just stay to themselves and take whatever money they have and do other smaller projects, or just retired completely, so they don't end up being a pariah. I think that's the right term. A pariah amongst their peers, or their previous superiors or new superiors. So that's what's happening. A lot of people in comics that used to be in the business, that were veterans, who are either part of the comics industry or part of the comics and animation industry, are gone now because they were ousted because they had either conservative ideologies or views. That wasn't too, I wouldn't say the word radical or problematic, but just because they said they was conservative or some form of Republican, that already puts a target on their back, so they don't even say anything. This is why the whistleblower from Insomniac Games said what they said, because they said majority of the time, most of the devs don't want to put the shit that's in there because they know that's going to piss off the fans. But because they need that ESG score investment / loan, that's going to help them in the long run, whether they fail or not. It's a
3 grains of salt.
It's a what ultimately it is just a safety net that ends up funding them in the long run. So like that's why the ESG thing is a problem. It's like even if we fail, we'll still punch up. It's rewarding failure in itself, right? But also you're just lying to yourself, because what happens is when you end up lying to yourself, your brain or yourself will eventually come to a realization, or at least a come to Jesus moment, or at least you'll have a mental breakdown after a while. Like you can probably hold it off for a couple of years to a month or whatever the case may be, depending on who you are and how your traumas are. But after a while, you can't lie to yourself long enough, because you're going to self-destruct one way or another. Whether you're going to have an episode or you're going to have a toaster shower. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. This is what happens when you can't get away with evil things, because after a while of doing evil stuff, it's going to start biting you in the behind eventually, whether it's from someone else or yourself. You get what I'm saying. If you get what I'm saying. But the point is that you can't lie to yourself. So when these devs over here saying, oh, the stuff that's in, like if like these devs are saying like, oh, the stuff that we put in, like that dude from the Insomniac Games, the director, said that we needed to put more Mary Jaw Jane, it's not Mary Jane, that's Mary Jaws. Mary Jaws missions in it. At first it was supposed to be just 2. Then they added 6 or 5, or I think 8. I think it was up to 6 or 8 more missions. That was unnecessary, and I don't even think it's even in the Middle Eastern version. I don't think there's even a single one in the Middle Eastern version, and other things that is added in there compared to the that's taken out compared to the American version, right? So that right there tells how disingenuous these people truly are when they said that was how it's supposed to be, but you did the same thing, but you didn't give the same woke as problem to the Middle Eastern. You know what I'm saying? So like, why is that okay, but we have to get it when we didn't ask for it? If you say this, then you become some type of hated person, because it questions their narrative. Because when you question them, and you should question everything. You should question your religion. You should question your leaders. You should question your parents. You should question your friends, your family. You should always not always give opposition, but if something doesn't make much sense, just ask why. If your former leader or your former whoever can't answer it with a straight answer, then they're not being honest with you. They're being dishonest or being disingenuous, or being hypocritical all at once. So like that's why when I'm doing my teaching and you guys ask me a question, I know some people kind of ask me questions just to trip me up to see if I know what the hell they're trying to say or what I'm talking about, and that's perfectly fine. That comes with the job of being a leader, because if a leader is a person who can not only take charge but can answer questions, and even the hard-hitting ones. And I think a true leader is one who said I don't know. That's a true leader. If you can say, I don't know, that makes you more of a leader than you think. You're not supposed to have every answer. You're supposed to have most of the answers. But you can't have every single answer to everything that happens, right? But you can say, we don't know. If you can say, I don't know, instead of trying to bullshit people and tell them a story that doesn't make much sense because you don't know, you look more of a jackass than everything. So might as well just say, I don't know. Nothing's wrong with saying, I don't know. You know? Especially, maybe in situations you should know, But there's all no one's perfect, so you have to be honest with yourself and the people around you. So like for instance, if Ari were to ask me a question about art and I really don't know what the hell she's trying to say, or at least I don't know what I have an idea what she's trying to say, but I have no experience. I'll tell you, Ari, I don't know what that is. I have no experience in that. I'm sorry, but what I can do is link you to someone I probably know, or a YouTube video, or something that might answer your question. Yes. Yeah, it's not cool. So that's what makes this very funny about these activists, because as soon as you question them, because what the idea of criticism and hate speech is somehow conflated in activism, because if you question it, you are some type of ist. If you don't question it, you're going to put yourself in a position where you might get hurt, and you may not even see it coming 9 times out of 10 because you didn't question it in time. You know what I'm saying? So you have to always be aware of your surroundings. Oh, that too. They can never take a joke at all. They can never take a joke because they conflate jokes with some type of deep-seated hatred or something. So I don't know how these people can even go to a comedy club. How do you go to a comedy club knowing that you're easily offended? If you know they're going to talk about certain things or topics that's going to be uncomfortable, why go? Because you're just going to get offended anyway and just try to heckle the person. Or not even heckle, you're just going to be like, you're going to walk out. So you just literally wasted your money by going into a vicinity that probably may not make you happy. So why go in the first place? You know what I'm saying? That's the part I don't understand. It's like these people who come in my stream and say, oh, you never draw men. And I explain to them why I don't draw men. But they still proceed to come back and ask me if I'm going to draw a man. And they don't listen. And then if I don't draw a man, they just say I'm lacking skills in drawing men. But when I do draw men, they're never around to be seen. Oops, this thing is tilting. I'm sorry. So it's a very weird, I think, mental illness in that sense, where it has to adhere to how I feel, it doesn't have to make sense to you. It just has to adhere to my feelings. That's it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to even make sense to me. It just has to adhere to my feelings. That's it. And that's a scary person to deal with, because now every time you're going to be on eggshells with this individual, because you may say that one thing that might piss them off, and then they might lose it and go crazy on you. So like, it's like, and I think the worst thing, what most people don't realize, and this is the stupidest thing I don't understand with humans, or not humans, more like Americans. I see this more in Americans than any other place. They'll go to an establishment, like a restaurant establishment, make a big fucking fuss at the establishment, right? And then expect the people to be courteous to them next time they come back. Yeah. And what's scary about it is that they'll do this thing where they'll try to argue with people who handles your food. Why would you ever argue with an individual who handles your food? Are you mad? You know what I'm saying? You might get the M&M special. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Why would you do this? Why would you argue with someone who handles your food? Especially over an inconvenience that they can just easily fix and you can just get over. You know what I'm saying? But they'll make a big spectacle, pull out their phones and scream and yell and bitch and moan. Straight up. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense to me. The robots are not here yet, so I don't know why you're having arguments with an individual who can do anything to your food and you're at the mercy of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That is wild. Okay. But that just doesn't make much sense to me at all. Okay, like this.
Says Ann was worried. They make a scene about it too.
I think the problem is that I think it should be illegal to record in a public area. When you think of it now, because it gives these people it emboldens them. You should have like, I don't think you should be able to just pull out your phone and just record at a place like that, because what's going to happen is going to set a precedent. They're going to put on the internet, get a bunch of views, and probably get some money out of it. Like, what they need to do is say you need a license to record in public areas like this, especially like inside the McDonald's or whatever the case may be. Because it just emboldens people to take advantage of the situation so they can make money. Because there's too many people who just pull out their phone, and I don't know why. And you know what's sad? They pull out their phone and they don't even upload the damn thing. They don't even upload it to the internet. They just kind of pull out their phones.
Says PBH, I feel like police use recording to their advantage so with.
I don't think so, because they're under oath to keep that thing running. If they ever turn it off within the time they are on duty, I think they get in trouble. Because they can't tell what happened within that time unless it got broken or destroyed. But it's hard to do that because everyone pulls out their phone anyway, so it makes no sense to even try to rely on the camera there. That's ultimately there to protect them from people making up lies on them, because we have too many situations where where riots end up being a big thing because of discourse of trust within citizen and police, right? So I would never want to be a police officer, because dealing with that nonsense on a constant, people disrespecting me on a constant just because I'm a policeman, I will never want to be that. That's why I don't disrespect policemen, because I wouldn't want to be no damn policeman, to be honest. Because that's just a bunch of stress for the sake of stress. Because it's not like years ago where you can just be a police officer, people will be like, okay, I fear him, or like I'm going to just respect it because I don't want no trouble. No, there's some people who go out their way just to mess with cops. Because they can, or they know their rights to a certain extent, where they can put the cop as long as possible without getting actual arrested or getting in trouble. It is a bad idea, but now people are more willing to attack police. It's kind of weird. Like, I see it more often now. They're more emboldened to do it, and it's scary. Because what that tells is if you don't have no care for the authority who has the authority over you, then you're going to have an issue with people who are not in authority now. You're going to really put harm on them, especially if you feel pissed off or disrespected. This is why I don't listen to people like Hassan Piker, because he's like, defund the police. I'm like, dude, that is the most dumbest thing you probably say for one who lives in a 50 million, I think 55 million or $50 million mansion. You live in a mansion. You think like, if right now, if you defund cops in your area and they come, and the so-called bad guys who know where you live come to your house, who are you calling? Who's the first people who you'd be calling? You know what I'm saying? Like, you see how funny that is? The people who be saying this is usually people who either shouldn't be, who makes a lot of money, lives in a very expensive place, or people who are just not self-aware. That's crazy, man. Alright, let's do the... Same. Yeah. Yeah. Because best believe when something's bad happening, the first people you're going to call is the cops. You're not going to call your homie. Yes. Now they're regretting that. The people who said are now regretting that. You know what should happen? If the people who act for that in states push that, every cop should just literally leave that state completely and see what happens when that happens. Just to put them in their place.
What's up?
Hey, Souls, what's going on, bro? Okay, guys, you can come over here now on YouTube, Twitch, or whatever platform you want. We're gonna do the reactions and call it a night. It's 7:42. Yep. Look at California. And I guess New York to a certain extent.
How are you?
I'm doing well, just doing my thing, you know. Just doing my thing. Just doing some studies. Trying to get this to work in my behalf. Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the reactions. I only have 3 videos, so, and they're ready to go. One's about Sweet Baby, one's about Disney, and the other one's about some type of anime recommendation, or it's of an anime, not I mean of all manga. It's not several mangas. This one's a review, so okay. So let's get this party started. Okay, there we go. And get her leg down here. Okay. Okay, and our shoulders about here.
I dislike YT so slow.
I just like YouTube so slow. I gotcha. Okay. Oh, wait, I totally forgot about YouTube Shorts. Kitty cat. Damn, teach. What? Damn, teach. Love the dress. Thank you. I just now noticed that you was over there. Alright. So, alright, guys. I'm going to switch. I'm going to take out the music, and then we're going to talk about what's going to play in the background. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the... Okay, like that. I'm going to go over to here. Stop that. Okay. Put it there. Oh no. And then we'll put this over here. Okay. Maybe if we can knock these videos out pretty fast, then we'll play some Genshin. I know I got on pretty late. I think next week I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, I think next week I might take a whole week off from streaming. I'll still make content and post, but like, I think I'm gonna take a week off from streaming.
If I knew you were streaming earlier, I would rated you.
Oh no, I wasn't on. I came on around like 5. Yeah, I think I was on around 5.
Says
so
okay.
yeah, I'm gonna give my mods a week off. I gotta get stuff done next week anyway. So I'm gonna give you guys a whole next week. Not this week, the following week. The following week we will take a whole week off from streaming. Maybe 2, depending. Shit. Oh, my hand. Okay. Alright, guys. So come over here and give you guys time. And we're gonna start
Says
this.
alright.
Alright. Let me put that. Okay, everything's over there. Just make sure everything's working.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkle.
Okay, yeah. Okay, good. All right, we're gonna start with Clownfish first, and then we'll move on down to the line.
Says him heading to bed. I'm pretty tired.
All right, have a good night, Ari. Oh, for those who are wondering, where's all the content from all the videos we did? They're coming out. I just gotta make the thumbnails for them. I finally got all to them and putting the analytic. I'm putting all the descriptions and titles and stuff. I just gotta make the thumbnails for them, and they'll be coming out. I'll probably put two.
Go ahead and start practicing on my perspective, so I'll just listen.
Okay.
And also, I hope you enjoy your break next week.
Yeah, I hope I do.
Stream a little before sleeping face ZZZ.
Okay, Star. I appreciate it, hon. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, hon. You're amazing. Nothing but hugs. Thank you, hon. Okay. Okay, everything's in here. Alright. Okay, there we go. So, this is Clownfish TV, for those who don't know. If they're not familiar with their work. They're a mom and pop news. They talk about, like, pop culture stuff, and we listen to them, and I give my opinion. So, or we give each other's opinions based on what you guys say. So if you guys want to give your opinion, given what we're about to listen to, you come over here from Twitch, from TikTok over to Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, or Kick, and all that great stuff. So give them a follow if you like their stuff. I'm not subscribed. Did they unsubscribe me from them again? I'm tired of this YouTube. So, like, if you like them, give them a subscribe. Or if you like yours truly, also subscribe to me as well. We do a bunch of art stuff, so I try to keep the art stuff intact. I do reactions, but it's usually with the art stuff. So, or you guys can listen in the background or stuff like that, and you can hear my opinions or what the case may be. And also, if you want these videos to be free and all that good stuff, and make more content, please follow on the Patreon or become a TikTok subscriber. And eventually we'll eventually get that.
Appreciate you incredibly much. Red heart here for you forever. Infinity, your follower fan.
Aw, thank you, hon. Hey. All right, let's get this party started. Let's go.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon.
Yo.
I am here with Kiki Sparkles.
Hello.
And it's time for another daily dose of Dismal Disney, and it's really dismal today.
Yeah, so I'm actually very irritated by the whole thing. So we talked about the town hall meeting that Nelson Peltz and Jay Rizzullo had posted, and they basically said, hey, we don't want Iger fired. They said nothing bad about Disney. Rizzullo said he worked with Bob Iger before. He never had any problems with Bob. And they said that the people on the board were smart people. And they never said anything nasty or bad, just that there needs to be some changes made because they're falling behind. So Disney put out this new video that's like one of those political commercials you see during like an election where you're talking really bad crap about the person you're running against. Like, you know, did you know that they kick puppies and, you know, caused pink eye in a nursing home and all this other crap?
They farted in the elevator at the Pop Century.
That's right, yeah. It's like one of those, like, you know, where you really want to destroy your political adversary video. That's what Disney released. Like, that's how low Disney went. So first we had the Ludwig von Drake video with nostalgia, and then we got the grandkids of Roy and Walt out doing, you know, trying to do damage control for them.
After they spent how many years attacking the Disney company
Right,
themselves.
at least Abigail.
Yeah,
and now their newest one, after the town hall meeting from Nelson Peltz and Jay Rizzullo, where they were just basically saying, here's what we want to change, but we're not going to speak poorly of Bob Iger or the board. Disney puts out this video we're going to show you. And people are like, why are you surprised by this? It's like, because we have worked around Disney for years. We have been covering this crap for years. We've been the marketing stuff for years. We aren't just like people that just showed up because it's trendy to talk about it on YouTube because I want to make money. You know, we've been talking about this. This is like where we came from. Years of this stuff. Never ever expected Disney to publicly.
This case was never going to be solved.
This far. It's really, really crap.
Yeah, no matter how low you think Disney can go, they always surprise you. They can always go lower.
I know. I just didn't think they would go this far. I mean, Disney, especially the family, you know, company, they're for they're above everybody, and they're like what's right and what's good. And not that they are. I'm the same. That's why they always present themselves. And then they went here.
Well, when the chips are down, we see what they really are.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
This is desperation, and when someone shows you who they truly are, believe them. So before we get into it any further,
please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, you get woohoo if you do.
woohoo!
So Geeky has been looking into this one. She's going to lead this one. I saw a little bit of this commercial. It's a political ad. It literally is a political
Our
ad.
daughter was even like, wait, what? Because she couldn't even believe it. That she was like, they went that far? They did. So we're going to watch this video, guys, because it is absolutely ridiculous. We'll keep breaking it here and there to add commentary.
What's the harm of letting activist investor Nelson Peltz or Jay Rizzullo have a seat on Disney's board?
What?
Oh my God, it's the voice.
It is. It's the literal voice and the music.
Oh my God.
If they succeed, Disney could suffer the same fate as other great companies that Peltz has previously infiltrated, such as GE and DuPont.
Wait, but I want to make sure I stop it right here for a second, because Bob Iger left Disney and sold a bunch of his shares and then piled a whole shit ton of money into Funko.
Yeah.
Funko, and that was in May of 2022. He's going to be advisor. He's an advisor to Funko's board. He's not on their board, but he's an advisor. In May, of their stock was, to here, and it went up a little bit. But then right after that, it went from at the peak being like $26 a share down to it is now currently at $6.52.
Oh my God.
But after Bob Iger came in as an advisor, it plummeted down to like $7 or $8 a share, less than $8 a share, and it just progressively has gotten worse. And that since Bob Iger has become an advisor to the Funko board, right?
That's crazy.
I also want to point out that Disney's in the shithole it's in because of choices made by Bob Iger and the current board. I'm not saying that, Peltz and Rizzullo are, were able to fix every company ever, or Peltz anyway. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is when they did their town hall meeting, which was here, we talked about it, they presented it as a friendly, they answered questions, they never spoke ill of the board or Bob Iger. Okay.
Yeah, they were actually pretty classy, and Jay Rizzullo was even like, I just don't know these new board members. I've reached out to them. They won't get back to me. I'm like, well, they're probably writing a script for this hit piece.
It gets worse. Disney just did everything they accused Tryon of doing with this video.
Yeah.
Nelson Peltz has a long history of attacking companies to the ultimate detriment of shareholder value.
They turn them all black
His
and
quest
white.
also seems more about vanity than a belief in Disney.
That's actually not true. If you listen to his town hall meeting, which we talked about, he talked about how he's been going to Disney parks for years. He goes to see all the Disney movies, and he doesn't like where Disney's gone.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So anyway, let's continue on this awful political-esque piece of propaganda bullshit Disney put out.
Why else would he sell 500,000 Disney shares over the past 6 months in the middle of his proxy fight?
Well, he's still at 500,000 shares that he sold. He still has more stock than anyone pretty much in control of. And meanwhile, the Disney shareholder or Disney board themselves don't own stock. Very much.
Yeah, so like he's still got what, like 33 million shares or something ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's controlling for Perlmutter, which they go to Perlmutter in a minute.
Yeah.
But again, the current Disney board doesn't have jack shit in stock of Disney, and they're mad because he sold 500,000 shares in his proxy battle. He still has enough to start a proxy battle. And beyond that, again, most of the people on the board don't have much of anything in Disney stock. So I'm like, and Disney CEO Iger sold a bunch of his to go destroy Funko. I'm like, really? God, Disney, you're so much better than this.
No, you're giving them way too much credit. So for those who don't know what's going on, so technically these people are trying to get back. Well, I think the guy with the P name, I forgot his name just now. I think he had ownership of Marvel at one point. And then that's when he sold Marvel to, I think Perlmutter, that's his name is. He sold Marvel to Disney. And now he saw what they're doing with their heroes and stuff. I think he wants Marvel's back and some shares of Disney so he can make some decisions. And I think what's happening is that if he wins the proxy fight, or whatever the case may be, he'll be able to make changes to what's going on in Marvel Studios and the comics So he can probably get us back on track. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to save the day or going to make a difference, like he's going to make an ultimate change where we're going to go back to what things were. But it'll be the right step in direction, because these old fogies do not care about politics. They do not care, because they're already near to death. So what are they going to do, offend someone?
Plus, he has no media expertise and no experience.
And these are people with money already, so they don't care. They got FU money. So like they're like J.K. Rowling. They got money. So like even if they piss off like the Pride Brigade, it doesn't matter, because like what are they gonna do? Nothing.
And running a global entertainment company powered by creativity.
He's not gonna be running it. He's not. He's got more experience running companies than the people they have on the board.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he said he didn't have a lot of experience in this.
No,
in this
that's why he brought Jay Rizzullo with him.
Yes. The company of creativity. Let's talk about Disney's creativity, shall we? Disney's creativity has been shit, which is why the company is in the hole it's in. The last several movies have been more about pushing agenda than they have about being good films. They've all, for the most part, either barely broke even or failed terribly at the box office. The stuff they're putting on Disney Plus is laughed out of everything, like Pinocchio live action, Peter Pan and Wendy, that awful Home Alone movie.
Isn't it funny when they made the Pinocchio movie? The character looks extremely accurate to the show, to the old movie, but the story, it was told dog water. Isn't that funny? And they had Tom Hanks. That was even sad. Like, they had Tom Hanks, right? The fact that they had Tom Hanks and the movie still became a total flop and went straight to Disney Plus after the fact, that just kind of tells you a lot, where they need to fire their writing staff, or at least stop pushing this, because it's not working. It's just not working.
All this stuff they keep putting on their stuff, for the most part, there's some good ones, but for the most part, it's been dog shit. They have not let the people in Imagineering do their job. Well. They had that president they brought in that just got gone, in quotes. And her answer was to make everything look like corporate lounges. They took the Disney out of Disney. The creativity. You haven't let your own people be creative. What the fuck? And what are we giving for creativity? Let's look. Moana 2, Frozen 3, Toy Story 5. And they said that Moana 2, Iger just pulled that one out of his ass because he wouldn't hurt it. Like, hurry, we gotta make this into a movie because Moana was streamed a lot and people like it. Creativity. Coming from Iger, his idea of creativity is to just buy shit that other people were creative with and then ruin it because you have no idea how to be creative yourself. God.
They said I have no media experience. I don't claim to have any.
But he was honest. He said he didn't have any.
Yeah.
Oh, now, here's where they go after Rizzullo. Remember, Rizzullo said nothing negative about them. He said, I don't know the board members. I have nothing against them. I have no animosity towards them. They weren't there when I was there. Bob Iger was there when I was there. And Bob and I never had a crossword the whole time we were together. And I have no problem working with Bob Iger.
Why are you guys like
Remember that?
burning the house down?
He's got almost as much experience at Disney as
burning
Bob
the
Iger,
ideas down.
And yeah, he left on pretty good
You guys
terms.
are like Disney.
And now
do everything but make
so
money.
This is how Disney treats their own.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is how they're going to make digs at pelts, okay. But now what?
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Big Wireless has once again raised their prices. In response,
One of their own Disney family members who had nothing but nice things to say about them. This is their comeback. Ready for this?
And then there's Jay Rizzullo, a former Disney employee who was passed over for a promotion nearly a decade ago.
Not Disney family member, what, employee.
Just an employee.
This is what Disney thinks of you people when you're no longer with them, or when you're in their way, like with the layoffs during the pandemic. You were no longer family. You were no longer a cast member. You're just an employee now.
Mm-hmm.
God, this pisses me off.
He hasn't been employed since leaving Disney, and the last time he joined the board of...
Yeah, but I don't think he needs to be. I think he retired.
He retired.
He
That's
hasn't been
that's a
employed since
difference.
leaving Disney.
He wasn't.
But if he left and he was old to retire, then he had enough money, he doesn't have to be employed.
Thank you.
So they're showing us
for the follow. I do appreciate it. Thank
let's
you.
see this, because Disney's stock has taken a massive hit too.
Oh, I
guys.
know. I love that. They're talking about the you know, how we have to make sure Disney stock doesn't fail, but it's failed under Iger.
The media company, the stock tanked.
Oh, you mean like Disney stock? You mean like Disney stock?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go there, they've actually had one of the biggest losses in like 10 or 15 years in the last 12 months.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but whatever. Keep throwing that shit.
What's more, Peltz and Rizzullo have teamed up with another disgruntled former employee, Ike Perlmutter, who has
disgruntled former employee.
Disgruntled.
Normal. Like,
but beyond that, they keep
they
saying
said
this.
disgruntled.
But let's look at the facts. The facts are he was.
They
at
said
Marvel.
disgruntled.
He sided
Hey, Death
with
Killer.
Peltz
Did I
in
respond back to you?
2023. Peltz decided not to pursue a proxy war then. And as soon as Peltz withdrew, because Perlmutter sided with Peltz, one of the first things Bob Iger did was fire Perlmutter. Yep. And they keep going on about how they're after a vendetta because of getting fired, but they never mentioned the fact that Iger did it as a vendetta to begin with, because he was pissed that Perlmutter kept like saying your movies are going to suck. Oh look, they sucked, and he never pissed that he sided with Peltz.
Where do they come up with this stuff? LOL.
I don't know. I really don't know, Bri. Like, I don't know. It blows my mind on how these people think. It's the delusion is real. I don't know how much more do you need to lose, like whether it's money or a case may be, to realize that there is literally blood in the water. There's something wrong with. I think this is just an American thing. Maybe it's just, I don't know what it is. But it's like we're taught to do the opposite of what we're supposed to do. We just say do the opposite because it's either more interesting, more fun. I don't know what it is, but if the dude said and predicted your movie suck is not going to work, and they got mad. Not that, you know what? You're right. You're kind of on a path right now. You're kind of helping us out by telling us the truth. What can we do to bring back our stocks up, bring back our money up, bring back profit? You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure this proxy war wouldn't happen if they just listened. But then again, nah.
First.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is coming from somebody
You're
who
stupid,
who
yo.
doesn't think like Perlmutter was always the greatest thing ever.
This is this is reaching. This is really reaching. Sorry.
His own lengthy record of destructive behavior inside Disney. Perlmutter has a well-documented grudge with Disney CEO Bob Iger.
And Iger has a well-documented grudge against Perlmutter. And apparently against Jay Rizzullo, who had nothing but positive things to say about Iger.
No, I think what's going on is Iger is afraid Rizzullo is going to get in there and take his job. But this is coming from the same Iger. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to leave in 2026. Is he?
I don't think he is.
I
don't think he is either. That's way too long. 2026 is still, I know we're in 2024, but that's still too long. I know that's 2 years from now, but that's still damn too long in my opinion. He should have been gone since like a year or two ago. Like, let's just be honest now. Like, Jesus, like this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I'm just telling you, it's ridiculous. While these people fail and somehow head up, I don't know how did they do it. I don't know how you fail and still be winning. That's just weird to me. What's the point?
Peltz and Rizzullo made it very clear that they have no desire to fire Bob Iger, but they do want a succession plan. And they do want something cut. And he's been here all this time, and there was no succession plan. Instead, he got an extension. And they're like, he's not leaving. You can pretty much point back the decline of the Disney company to choices Bob Iger made.
Yeah, well, it's Bob Palpatine.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's going to make sure he never leaves. He's going to get emergency powers.
But
and he's going to stay in office forever.
Trace back most everything that has currently crumbled the Walt Disney Company back to Bob Iger. They bring him back, and then he's supposed to only be there temporarily, and he gets himself an extension. And he has no succession plan for leaving. You never heard anything about it, right? So I don't know. Just fuck them. I mean, I'm sorry I said that. I never thought people are like, why are you so surprised? Because trust me, Disney doesn't usually they behave this way, I'm sure, behind the scenes, but publicly, this is like a whole new level of low. I didn't think they'd go this low.
Oh, the mask is definitely slipping off.
Desperation.
Yeah.
This sort of personal animus in the boardroom is more than disruptive. It can be destructive.
Yes, it is. That's why Bob Iger had a problem with Perlmutter and fired him. Destructive. Can you destroy the company any more than Iger and the board have already done so? Seriously, can you? Because they've already run it into the ground. I can't even. This makes my head hurt.
Especially at this critical time when, despite all of these distractions, Bob Iger and his management team have engineered an ambitious plan to build Disney's future.
Okay. This is some grade A bullshit because there is no plan. There is no plan. Look at what Universal is doing and compare it to what Disney is doing.
Well, they're showing the Zootopia.
If you sleep on your side, I bet you hate your pillow, and this is why. They might be as fluffy as a cloud.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If they make a Zootopia section, that's gonna be ass. You know why? They're gonna somehow push racism. They're gonna push some form of racism, like metaphor, which that was in the movie, but they're gonna push that hard at the fair. God, it's gonna be terrible.
Area that was added to, I think, was it Shanghai? And they're like, oh my God, guys, good news. Disney's going to do a secret project they're in development for, maybe possibly for Shanghai. Shanghai, who just got a Zootopia land. And we have Hong Kong that just got stuff. All these foreign parks are getting stuff. They're not bringing it over here. Here's where they have the threat.
This is what makes me kind of angry is that, like, Walt Disney World especially should be home base. It should be where all the innovation goes. You know,
at least Disneyland.
Or at least Disneyland. They should keep the innovation stateside, but they keep giving their best ideas to the overseas parks.
No. What's going on is in Shanghai and Hong Kong, it's not owned by Disney.
What?
It's almost like a licensing agreement, but they don't own the whole thing. So what's going on over there is they can foot the bill. They can do all the research and development. They can spend all the money, and then Disney will just clone it for over here, and then they don't have to spend the money and the time.
Well, it's like the Tron coaster came out damn near a decade after it was it was launched in Shanghai.
Yeah, exactly. So
they're
just going to clone the shit
Are you
from
serious?
over here.
That's
Meanwhile,
so
what are you
awkward.
hearing
What
about
the hell?
Disneyland, they're trying to get an expansion, approved. Disney World, you're only hearing about reskins and rethemes for the most part. But why would that be? Disney World's one that's going to face Epic Universe soon. That's the place they should be putting a lot of their attention.
Yes.
In, right? Well, here's the thing. Before, when they owned Reedy Creek, they could just push stuff through and get away with it and do what they wanted. But now that there is the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District, they have to jump through hoops and go through channels like everyone else. And the problem is that maybe it wasn't probably the best idea to start pressing lawsuits against them and trying to, fight them at every turn, because now when they need them to be on their side, they're not going to side with them.
Well, that's what happens when you listen to activists and you listen to what they say. These are people who have no power whatsoever, and you listen to them. And then when you go after the governor of Florida and go against what he says, and then takes away your Reedy Creek, you're really itching yourself to say, maybe it was not good to listen to the color people. Maybe that was not a good idea. Maybe, just maybe that was not a good idea. Just saying. Because now you have to go through the channels like everyone else. You had special privileges because you was Disney. You're just like them in Florida at the time before this happened was like the Celestial Dragons from One Piece. They can literally do whatever the hell they want at the time, right? Now, things are different now. Because you listen to activists, and that's what happens when you listen to activists. Activists have no money. There's a reason why they have no power, no money. You don't listen to activists at all. You go left, and then when you put activists in your stuff, they make you no money. They make you lose money. Ever been in a fight with Prophet? Ah! Help! Get off me!
No.
It's pretty stupid. So before they just greenlight shit because they could, now they're just doing reskins for the most part of things and promising stuff that we don't even know what they can do because it has to go through the
Damn, I love Kyle. That was funny as hell.
channels first. But yes, they're all about development. Again, let me remind you, for Walt Disney World, what they've announced is
I just screwed the people's ears.
They're supposed to be reskinning a test track someday, possibly, maybe, but you never heard anything else about it. They're going to turn that China Land USA into this other area that's going to be like, Kanto themed, and they're going to turn Dinosaur into Indiana Jones, which they have over Disneyland already. Someday. You just saw blue sky art, and that's all you've seen.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of just, they're going to bring the theater back for the Little Mermaid that they already owned, and they're just, updating the theater.
Yeah, it's almost like whatever they can do that doesn't require a bunch of permits to expand the land or anything. You know what I'm saying? But Disneyland, even, they're talking they're going to put Avatar in.
Oh, but they walked that back even on their materials. He said Avatar land. They're saying an experience. They refuse to say land in the materials. So I'm just saying, this is a load of shit. It's razzle dazzle bullshit.
Razzle dazzle.
Positioning the company for a new era of sustained growth and value creation.
Again, all the cruise ships that they have coming out, they were in production for years. They've been in production for before the pandemic, except for the one they bought, quote unquote, on the cheap from a place that almost had it completely done anyway. I think that's going to be the treasure. And whatever.
The last thing that we need right now is to be distracted.
That's all you've been doing for the last 5 years.
Politics.
Iger's busy trying to run for office.
It's like, come on.
In terms of our time, our energy, by an activist or activist.
Okay.
There we go.
Again, last year they got a reprieve. Did they fix anything?
No, not really. I think they got a reprieve, and Peltz was like, "Hey, we'll hang back for a year. We'll give you enough rope to hang yourself with." Oh, look, you had like 5 box office bombs in a row. Okay.
Oh, they fired a bunch of people.
And they fired a bunch. Yeah, they're still firing people. They fired what's her name from Imagineering.
Oh well, we don't know that she was fired.
She got fired. She
They're
totally got fired.
replacing her with the guy that people were excited came back.
Yes, they totally got rid of her. Or they made it so uncomfortable for her that she left on her own. That's usually how corporations fire people without actually firing them, is they make it so ridiculously hard for people to do their job, and they belittle them until they just leave on their own.
Nuh-uh.
Damn.
They're about creativity.
Oh, okay.
Fiscal 2024, they expect cash flow to exceed initial projections and have set a target of $3 billion in stock repurchase.
That they announced after they had their backs against the wall. They didn't give the stock buybacks. They didn't give dividends for years, even when they could. And well, even though Peltz argues now they probably shouldn't be doing it either because they don't really, the company's kind of not in a good place. They're doing it now to try to get people to vote for them. They literally pulled this stuff out of their ass in February.
The board also declared a cash dividend of 45 cents per share.
Again, in February, when they were like, shit, we're in trouble.
An increase of 50% versus the last dividend paid.
Again.
This is my daughter, Aya. She said to me, why we have to move. When we get back to our home, I don't have...
No, I don't care. No, I'm sorry.
Because they're trying to get you to vote them back in.
Yep.
After a year of significant fixing that made way for a new era of building for growth, the Walt Disney Company has turned a corner and is focused on creating lasting long-term value.
How are you going to do that? Your parks, I did a video. Your parks are like, the inflation is so high that in some cases it's 90-some% higher than it was 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
For the parks. It's at least 50% if you average it, at least more than it was 10 years ago at the parks. How are you going to fix it? Rizzullo and Peltz brought the fact that Disney brought in more money than anyone at the streaming services, but they only had a 7% margin because they're so bloated and overspent that they're like getting like, that's like a third of what, Netflix has, but they made, $20 billion more than Netflix. Where's innovation? You're gonna go to Epic Games.
I know, right? Like, what the hell? Like, Fortnite, you're on the other side of it now. You needed to do this. If you were going to do the Fortnite thing, you needed to do it like 4 or 5 years ago.
Right.
This value is reflected in the recent stock.
But this is the part I don't understand. If Disney is putting that much stock into Fortnite, what does that mean for their competitors who wants to work with Fortnite? Because majority of the stuff that's on Fortnite isn't just Disney. It's like Universal and everything. Like, it's virtually anything you can probably think of, whether it's a competitor or not. It's on Fortnite from DC, which is a competitor to Marvel, which is a competitor to Disney, right? You have like Star Wars, and I'm pretty sure there's some sci-fi like brand somewhere in there, like probably Dune or maybe Star Trek. I doubt it. There is Futurama, but Futurama is owned by Fox, and that's owned by Disney, I guess. But like there's the Looney Tunes. I think there's Looney Tune characters in there. I think because of the Space Jam thing. That's Warner Brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like what? I don't understand. Like what? because if they put that many stocks in it, that means they have control over it in some form or some say. Then what does that say for the brands that wants to work with or has worked with Fortnite? Do they just take those skins off, or do they just leave them in there? Like, there should be some type of violation somewhere down the line here, or something. Because it doesn't make much sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part I don't understand. Why would you... Because you know your competitors are on this game too. And it just looked kind of dickish on your behalf to be like putting all that stock in it. And then after that, you kind of put like... I don't know, that's weird. That's a weird one still.
Says hey,
Hey Panda, what's going on, bro? You come over here on Twitch or YouTube, we're doing the reactions.
The recent stock performance.
Very recent.
Recent. As since February when they made a couple announcements recent.
And actually the stock could be going up because people are excited about the possibility of Peltz and Rossullo joining the board.
The stock didn't even go over $100 until the end of January, early February when they made the announcements they were making.
Yeah.
That's when the stock jumped up to it's been in the gutter. It was actually even back in 2022 was higher. You know, before Iger came back. I'm just pointing that out. The stock has been far under what it was, even just a couple years ago. But yes, do go on, Disney. Do go on.
Moves recently made by the company, such as the collaboration and equity stake in Epic Games, the upcoming release of Moana 2,
everything they pulled out of their ass,
Taylor Swift's The Eras Tour coming to Disney Plus, and more. The Disney board is always open to good ideas from...
No. Go ahead. You have something you want to say?
Yeah, all the people that had good ideas got pushed out of the company one way or another.
We're open to good ideas.
Yeah, no, they're not. They're not open to good ideas.
We're in a place where it's not just one activist investor group, even though they're only ever mentioning Peltz and Rossullo.
Yeah.
We also had Blackwell
Says I've been
Capital,
drawing a lot of
after them in a
boxes
proxy
and
battle.
cylinders.
We also have
Has
the
it helped?
Value Act went after them as well, but they made a little saddle up deal where they get to advise and get information before other shareholders do, which I still don't see how that's allowed. But 3 groups had to come out because they said that this place is failing and something needs to be changed.
Says yup.
But they listen.
Good.
What gets me too is that when they're saying this, they're using Yoda. You
like we're wise.
Yeah, but you bought Yoda off of George Lucas and you screwed him over, and now you've got a moron.
You see?
And that was Iger directly.
Yeah, it was Iger directly stabbed George, and he admitted to it in his book. He stabbed George Lucas in the back. So I'm like, how dare you use Yoda of all the stuff that you've bought?
No. This is pretty much this. I think this is actually perfect. It sums up exactly what Iger's done. I think this is a perfect example.
How? I remind everybody that they fucked over George Lucas.
Yeah. What kind of person? All he does is acquire. And then mismanage.
Engage shareholders, but a quick glance at Peltz's white paper will reveal a surprising number of questionable proposals.
Actually, no. He had a lot of really good ideas and made a lot of sense.
The core of the white paper, the 130-page white paper, was Disney needs to get back in the business of being creative, stop being distracted with politics, focus on making new IP, focus on their theme parks because they're going to get their lunch eaten by Universal.
Disney needs to stop being disruptive and distractive.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's basically what they were saying.
That reinforces clear lack of experience in media.
Again, most of their board members have no experience in media. They lack experience in media.
To mention a litany of factual misstatements and quite a few proposals that Disney is already implementing. Nelson Peltz and Jay Rossullo threaten to jeopardize the incredible progress.
Incredible progress.
We're trying. We really are. No, not trying. Not trying like trying partners, but like we're trying. We're trying to give the impression to shareholders that we know what the fuck we're doing. But it's very obvious to anyone who's been watching Disney over the last 5 years that the current board, the current leadership doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Very obvious.
The company has made since Bob returned as CEO. At this critical moment,
that Bob has returned as CEO of the company. When Bob returned, their stock dropped further.
He wasn't gone that long. He was gone, what, like 2 years?
He was still around, but he wasn't like,
he was still around. He literally is Palpatine. He was the Phantom Menace. He was actually pulling the strings probably from behind the scenes. And it was Bob Iger not being able to let go that probably tanked whatever chance Chapek had.
Exactly. And he's not going to let go now either. That's the point.
He's not going to leave office. You're going to have to boot this motherfucker out of office. That's the only way he's going to go.
We simply cannot.
Oh, now the Disney fireworks.
The choice is clear.
The choice is clear. Vote blue.
Vote blue, yeah.
Vote Disney.
Don't vote Disney. Disney, what has Disney done? Disney has led us to a bunch of agenda-driven political bullshit masquerading as movies. Disney has got...
I'm working on this new case. A missing scientist. Frozen solid. I've seen that before. Years ago.
They got themselves in a position. They lost Reedy Creek at Walt Disney World. And are now in legal battles with Florida.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is all unnecessary, distracting drama. They need to be focusing on making the best movies that they can make. They've gotten their asses kicked on every level. Theme parks, animation, live action movies like freaking Oppenheimer and Barbie.
Right. They didn't have their box office was nothing but fail last year, except for like a couple that, like Guardians of the Galaxy and the end of the Avatar run. The rest of it was just fail across the board.
Well, that's because they had individual creators that still had some creative control. You had James Gunn in charge of Guardians.
Exactly.
And you had James Cameron in charge of Avatar. So,
when James is in charge.
Yeah, it's to put another,
But I'm just like,
But I'm just saying, like, you actually let people who know what the hell they're doing do their thing. Again, key point being, know what the hell they're doing. You let them do their thing and step away, they're fine. But they put other people in charge that don't know what the hell they're doing. It could be argued very successfully, I think, that they put people that have no media or cinematic experience in charge of their movies, and this is why we're in the place that we're in.
Yes,
right
they hired that one woman who claims she's an activist first and a filmmaker second. She says she has no filmmaking or training. She says she just likes making men feel uncomfortable. Why would you put that person on the board? Like, why would you even hire that individual? You just literally picked that person off the street. She made small indie films. She has no inkling or have any type of writing ability when it comes to sci-fi or any of those type of adventurous stuff. She writes political stuff. What sense does that make? Who was the galaxy brain thought that was okay? That was stupid.
Brainless activities.
Jesus, thank you, Brian.
I would have chosen them by.
That's wild.
Then you have the whole situation like Bob Iger is going to show you. I'm going to show you what's what. I'm going to put all my money into.
Then they had that one event for Star Wars with that one black woman. I forgot her name, and she's like, "It's time for for females to have a say in Star Wars," and it seems very political or patriarchal. And then everyone started clapping because she didn't know what the hell she was talking about. And she said, yes, 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 yes. She didn't know what the hell Star Wars was. She was just saying whatever that seemed right to say. She didn't know what the hell she was talking about. Because there's a bunch of women in strong female characters in Star Wars. So I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell?
Funko.
And
that's
then
what the kids are talking about.
Note, and mind you, I'm not even a Star Wars fan, and I know this.
To $6 and something. What was the lowest in the last year? I don't even know.
Was this? Is Funko trading at 50% discount? Oh my God.
Yes.
That was 2 days ago.
So, yeah, that's with Iger being an advisor. Look, Iger's the advisor. Whoop. Yeah, because he's doing a great job. I mean, we can play this pointing the fingers all day. I'm so tired. I guess what makes me so mad was, I might have been like, okay, maybe they're getting enough pushback that they're actually going to be scared shitless and do something.
Yeah.
But then they put out this, and I'm just like, I am so surprised they publicly went this low.
I'm not.
I mean, I am. By this whole beginning with the political type ad, it's like, it's the antithesis of what you probably should have done. And you look really, really bad considering how these guys are selling nice things about you just last week.
Jay Rizzullo is old school Disney. Bob Iger is a completely different breed. The company has changed since Bob Iger has come in, and not for the better. It's become more corporate. I mean, even looking, like I knew there was a difference within the Disney blogosphere when they had their PR people going after WDW News Today.
That's true. But now WWE News Day has media access again, and now suddenly
they're desperate. They're desperate.
And now
They
they're
need
like,
every...
yay, Disney's great.
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing too. Jay Rizzullo kept quoting Disney and saying about how Disney's principles were core to when he was there. Bob Iger just talks about himself.
Yeah.
Unless they want to bring up the Disney magic and stuff in their video at the end, like, because if you believe in Disney, and it's all like their Disney stuff, the Mandalorian, you know, Planet of the Apes. They had Deadpool flashing in there.
Again, none of these things they created. That's you know what I'm saying? And the thing about Iger that gets me is that you listen to this guy talk, he's got a bigger ego than Walt Disney had. And
damn,
he, honest to God, thinks he's
that's some cojones. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's some big cojones.
Like the second, he thinks he is Disney. That's the problem. Like Disney culture prior to Bob Iger was you were part of something great. It's about Walt's legacy and continuing Walt's legacy, and you don't hear Bob Iger talk a lot about Walt Disney. You hear him talk about Bob Iger and the current year Disney company that, in his mind, that he built.
Well,
and
he
that's
did
dangerous.
2 books about how great he was.
Yeah,
he wrote 2 books about kissing his own ass.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has deluded himself into thinking that he created the Walt Disney Company.
And the thing is, a lot of his choices have been what led the company to where it was. His overspending on Fox, his acquisition of Marvel and Star Wars, Pixar. They all could have been great things. And they were, and they started out good, at least for Marvel and Pixar, while they still had projects in play that were already planned. But as soon as those ran out and they had to use people, you know, and their new ideas, and they had to rely on themselves, they ran them into the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Star Wars, other than Rogue One, pretty much have just run themselves into the ground. The Mandalorian, they even had a bright spot with that, and they found a way to run it into the ground.
Does seem to happen very often with them, yeah.
I'm just saying.
This is just so bizarre. It's just, it clearly is a political hit piece. I can't believe they even got the voice guy from the political ads to do it like Nelson Peltz kicks puppies.
When I saw this, I was like, everything they accused Tryon of, they just did with this video. Everything. And, and I'm just like, wait a minute. And all it says to me is Disney is desperate.
Yep. Oh yeah. So that's it. Disney is desperate. They've hit a new low. We're gonna see things ramp up. I mean, the fact that this is happening like every week and it's getting more and more intense leading up until April 3rd tells me we ain't seen nothing yet. I'm waiting for the final push.
The diehards are going to vote Disney anyway. The ones they're going to vote Disney back in. Disney will probably still win because apparently you can buy votes now, and I'm sure they are. And then their diehards aren't going to look like the white paper said because we said so. But if you actually take the time to go look at what it actually says, it's not what they said. But people aren't going to take the time, and they know that. So we're just going to play the razzle dazzle, and we're going to show the nostalgia shit, and know that a bunch of your pixie dusters are going to eat it up, and just let us stay as it is, and it's going to be more bullshit is what it's going to be, because they're not going to, unless they're pushed to do something, they don't do anything.
That is true. So we're going to wrap this up.
Yes.
All right. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, rants, and dismal Disney news, guys. We'll talk later.
Bye.
All right, that was Disney just hit a new low with Clownfish TV. Give them a follow and like and all that stuff, and yours truly. With that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. All right, so the next one we have is something with Sweet Baby Inc. again. There we go again with but it's not about Akira Toriyama anymore because that's pretty much, I think. But anyway, so this is from Upper Echelon. I have watched him for a very long time. I have actually played one video of his before in the past. This one's called The Sweet Baby Inc. Disaster. So I think he's a pretty good I won't say conspiracy theorist, but he's good at making conspiracies make sense. So what he's going to do is probably connect some things to Sweet Baby Inc. that may go back to Gamergate again, because you know how these things always connect back to that all the time, because, you know, gamers not so loving of that event. But, you know, this is pretty much Gamergate 2 to a certain extent, so let's see what happens.
This video is brought to you by Keeps. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire Upper Echelon community.
Alright, today I want to talk about the Sweet Baby Inc. disaster, a story that gained widespread media traction over the past couple of weeks, because it feels like pretty much everyone talking about this is deliberately missing the point. And a lot of people are talking past each other in a way where they get to stoke the fires of resentment in their own audience, but they do so at the expense of pretty much any meaningful outreach to the other side. Here's the background. For a few months now, maybe longer, possibly longer, but I wasn't aware of it back then, so I can't speak to that. There's been this theory going around about a company called Sweet Baby Incorporated. I did my own video on that theory a little while ago, specifically featuring Sweet Baby Inc. and also discussing the general trend of narrative development in video games and the concept of going woke with an effort to actually define the term instead of using it as an all-encompassing boogeyman, which in my opinion went pretty well, by the way. Much more recently, however, the discourse surrounding Sweet Baby Inc. has basically metastasized into something entirely different, and the whole thing got a lot more messy. The first thing I want to do here, like the very first thing, is define a term. Everyone watching this has likely already heard of that term, but not everyone knows where it comes from, and believe you me when I say this, I don't know if there could ever possibly be a better example of this term in direct action than the situation involving Sweet Baby Incorporated. The Streisand effect.
Oh,
That's
that.
The term. And
Oh,
speaking, it refers to a situation.
I've heard Kyle say this many times about the Strihans effect. Strihans effect. I have heard him say this many times, mostly towards not even Sweet Baby, but mostly towards Sushi Squad at the time. But I'm gonna see how this actually, because I think it's like a over. I don't know how the term goes. He'll explain it better.
Where Barbra Streisand attempted to suppress a photograph of her Malibu home, thereby causing that photograph to gain widespread notoriety in the media as well as publicity. It's actually a fascinating story by itself. A photographer who provided photos to scientists for the purpose of documenting coastal erosion had taken aerial photographs of this mansion and then distributed the photographs online, spurring Barbra Streisand to sue him on that basis for $50 million. Funnily enough, at the time of her lawsuit, the photo had been downloaded, I think, just 6 times, 2 of those times being her own lawyers for the case, which means that a photograph receiving just 4 public downloads became the subject of a $50 million lawsuit by a famous celebrity, leading to a now immortalized pop culture saying where that celebrity's actual name is forever synonymous with fucking up so bad you actually create the problem you were trying to suppress, which is kind of fantastic. Sweet Baby Inc. has basically executed a modern-day version of that precise maneuver, which is equal parts hilarious and also pathetic. So what happened? Well, for starters, we need to know exactly what Sweet Baby Incorporated actually...
Oh, he's talking about when he was trying to go after that curator, the guy who made the curator. That's what he's going to talk about. Okay, so the people try to get after the guy who started the curator, but it backfired on them, so that's what the Strihans effect is.
Really does, but I'll make it as brief as I can. From their website,
it's just a backfire.
Quote, founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Incorporated is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone. End quote. Further down, quote again, we believe you need diverse voices to solve diverse problems. Sweet Baby Incorporated provides narrative consultation at any stage of development, boasting a talented team with vetted industry experience to best bring your story to life. End quote. And then lastly, it's a lot, I know, but we need this foundation before understanding how the train completely derailed. Lastly, quote, we believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences, and we offer a few ways to help your team and project gain the perspective needed to make it happen. We're part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse consultants able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approach leads with the creation of joy in marginalized players and seeks to be additive rather than strictly corrective. We do consultation, cultural consultation, sensitivity and inclusivity reading, risk and opportunities assessment, and more. End quote. That basically covers it. Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative consultation firm. They help modify video game stories to be more diverse, inclusive, and sensitive, while partnering up with a pretty wide range of very, very prominent developers and publishers. Here's the thing. That's been pretty well established for quite some time, and regardless of anyone's personal feelings about it or speculations about how much influence the company actually exerts on the projects that they're involved in, they've persisted for years now, bouncing from contract to contract. Enter Steam. Steam, as most people will probably know, is the largest video game distribution platform on Earth. You could possibly argue against that because of mobile game platforms or something, but that's a joke and I would laugh at you. Steam is the premier PC gaming store, and one of the features it offers is the curator function. In essence, this is just a group of games that you can put together. They can be listed together for pretty much any reason at all. But in this particular case, the tool was used to create a list of games where Sweet Baby Incorporated was involved directly in their development, specifically so that people could avoid buying and playing those titles. Now, at first, this was a relatively small group of people. Yes, people know about Sweet Baby. Yes, they are deeply unpopular with a pretty large chunk of the general player base right now, or they were back then. But for the most part, people just really don't care. Well, that all changed when Sweet Baby employees began to aggressively try to get the Steam group taken down, sparking off an incredible demonstration of the Streisand effect in action, which catapulted the topic to mainstream gaming media websites and pushed over 250,000 people so far, just as of the making of this video, to follow the very same group that they were trying
to get rid of.
Guys. All right, time for the video sponsor. YouTube's not the most reliable income source. It's great, don't get me wrong. Other platforms honestly don't come close, relatively speaking. But the thing I'm really talking about here is income security, which is provided by sponsors such as Keeps. The value of that can't really be overstated. They effectively make it with treatments that Chris Kindred, a writer at Sweet Baby, making them the best option. The main one would probably be Chris Kindred, a writer at Sweet Baby Incorporated, who said, quote, "Report the fuck out of this group and report the creator since he loves his account so much," end quote. That's obviously a breach from trying to even just report the thing that they don't like and push people to brigade another person and cancel them for doing something that the company doesn't like. I'm sure everyone can obviously guess what happened as a result, but for those that can't, this effort completely backfired. The Steam group began to go viral in a whole bunch of different online communities. The number of players engaging with the topic skyrocketed. And then, as if the lesson had not already been learned, major gaming media publications started to jump on board, desperately trying to debunk things and play defense for this company as they torpedoed their own reputation. A whole slew of articles came out in rapid succession, such as this one. Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does, from Kotaku. Or this one. A company called Sweet Baby Inc. has become the target of anti-woke gamers because it offers consultancy work, an industry standard service that's been normal for years. That's from PC Gamer. There's more, Nathan Grayson, the Mary Sue, etc., etc. But let me just read a few snippets now to demonstrate the type of way, I guess, that these articles are constructed. Quote from Kotaku, "Sweet Baby Inc. isn't forcing diversity, it's happening naturally. Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative design company, meaning most of its work is focused on writing stories and dialogue. They are not a DEI consultancy firm.
Yes, they
That
are.
means they ensure a game's plot points make logical sense and are satisfying to players, and the characters speak
no.
and behave in consistent ways.
No,
Narrative
no, they
designers
don't.
may also provide a final round of polish like a Hollywood script doctor. For example, the team worked on Suicide Squad long after the story was written.
And look what happened. That's not a strong argument. That's actually the most weakest and stupid argument we could use is Sushi Squad.
And even then, they joined just to write in-game ads, audio logs, and NPC barks. CEO Kim Belair tells me over video call, end quote. Here's one from PC Gamer, quote, "Sweet Baby employees maintain that, overall, their job is to provide assistance to companies that already want to improve already existing diverse elements. As per the company's CEO, Kim Belair, but the perspective is never that we're coming in and injecting diversity. For the most part, it's the reverse. It's that a company has created a character that they want to make that character more representative and more interesting," end quote. Hopefully we can see what they're going for here, but in case you can't, the argument being made is that Sweet Baby Incorporated does not actually influence gaming narratives.
Right.
This flurry of very, very defensive media articles center on the assertion that the company doesn't do what gamers think it does. That's literally the title from Kotaku. But what if I told you there's more to the story? What if I told you that these authoritative articles, pushed out at the 11th hour after the company Streisanded themselves, were missing a lot of context on how things actually look? To explain this, we need to focus on Kim Belair, who is the founder and CEO of Sweet Baby, and also the primary mouthpiece addressing the media right now in defense of the company's reputation. First thing, Kotaku directly cites Kim Belair and states that Sweet Baby only worked on Suicide Squad, quote, long after the story was written, end quote. However,
That's even
looking at
worse.
IMDb, that doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Nope.
In the official credits, we see names, 3 names: Grant K. Roberts, Amy Lee Shaw, and Kim Belair. Grant Roberts is a lead script writer, Amy Shaw was a junior writer, and Kim Belair was a regular writer. Kim Belair is obviously, as we've already stated multiple times, the CEO and founder, but Grant Roberts works as a narrative at Sweet Baby, meaning that a Sweet Baby employee held the position of lead script writer on a project where the CEO claims they came in long after the story was written and only wrote in-game ads, audio logs, and NPC barks. Forgive me for not quite understanding why someone who did tiny snippets of basically nothing on a project long after the story was written holds the official title of lead script writer. Next, we need to look at a
you just gotta put the pieces together. You just gotta put the pieces together. It'll all start making some sense. The math won't math for them, and the math won't math for you. But if you look at this math, you're like, someone's not being truthful, yo.
YouTube channel called AC Sisterhood. On this channel, there is an interview with Kim Belair where she is pointedly asked a question by the host. Quote, "Are you able to influence how many or in what manner women and minorities are included in the planning stage of a game? Or can you only give feedback on existing characters already in the script?" End quote. Remember, PC Gamer is running defense here, citing the CEO of the company in a statement that says, "The perspective is never that we're coming in and injecting diversity."
Yes, it is.
In this particular obscure interview.
Yes, it is. You gotta believe someone who told a whole audience of people in a room online, now servicing back onto, like, this is back in 2013, servicing back and telling people how to use HR to get your way? Yeah, I don't like that. That's some She-Hulk nonsense.
Asserts something entirely different, effectively stating that her whole mission is to do precisely that. Her express goal is to, quote, "try and build a narrative and a story that include moments and elements custom made to bring representation and joy to people," end quote. Setting aside all personal opinion on that fundamental mission, like it, hate it, skeptical, supportive, I don't care. Setting all that aside, that statement juxtaposed against what the media is now saying.
Do you really have to sacrifice safety to have such a lush...
End this company makes absolutely no sense. These are contradictory positions, where the media is condemning the community for not understanding what the company actually does, after the CEO quite literally said her mission is to do the precise thing that she now says never happens. Riddle me that.
Stupid!
Wait, there's more. I'll have to play this one because it's longer and I don't really want to transcribe the quote and
activists are not that smart.
Read it all, but just listen to this while keeping in mind that the entire situation is now being deflected under the pretense that Sweet Baby Incorporated does not influence narratives and only does surface-level finishing touches.
Lie. Big lie. That's a big lie. Why are you lying? Why the f you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god.
And instead of asking them, "Hey, is this very racist thing we did very racist? Or is this deeply offensive thing we did deeply offensive? Are you hurt by it?" Ask them what they want to see. Like, ask them what would thrill them, what would bring them joy. And if you have a team lead, put that request to them very, very early. If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years.
This is stupid because what this is saying, if this offends you, it may not offend you, but will offend someone else. So you gotta be constantly asking everyone on the planet, "Does this offend you?" And then someone's gotta say yes. It doesn't make any sense.
Put this stuff up to your higher ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants,
Hey, thank you, Vampire.
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
Wow.
Consider, like, I say that all as a joke, but it's actually very, very true, because if you start to consider the people who are player and audience facing and who have to deal with mitigating harm and with keeping the sentiment around their game and their project positive, there's like a genuine value that you can impress upon them with both ethically and financially. You can say this is important.
Yeah. So this whole thing blew up because gamers believe that Sweet Baby Incorporated is forcing themselves or their desired perspective into their video games, while Kim Belair in 2019
Just outright said it.
was advocating that people do exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
But now the media is gaslighting everyone by pretending that's not a thing. Forgive me if I'm somehow misinterpreting the chain of events on display here, but that's what I see. This kind of schism between what the media is now pretending and the philosophy that this company actually holds, at least the founder and CEO very clearly holds, is on full display as soon as you start to do even the most basic level of research, which obviously the media don't believe anyone is actually going to do. From an online blog called Complications Ensue, which Kim Belair spoke to in 2020, we can see, quote, "We have to look at story and narrative as one of the things that we can innovate on. Like when you bring someone in from a different culture, from a different background, from a different gender, they're going to create something that we haven't seen before. The way that we look at demographics is that we go, okay, the majority of our player base is, let's say, a white male, so we're going to make stuff for white males. But if you make something from the perspective of an Asian trans woman, and it's really strong, then it will work for people. People crave new stories. If you want to innovate, even to stay current, it's not about graphics, it's not about hardware. It's about opening up new perspectives for people. So I explain it as it's important for game development to diversify. It's not just part of advocacy or activism. It is going to make your games better." End quote. I don't think that really needs to be analyzed. And to be quite clear here, it's not technically wrong. You can absolutely make new games and new characters from new perspectives, and they can be amazing. That is absolutely true. But you tell me, does that sound like someone at the ideological helm of a consulting company who wants to leave an existing narrative intact and simply polish it at the end stages?
No.
Or does it sound like someone viscerally interested in modifying the base product, being part of its construction since the very beginning, and transforming it into something that they believe is more valuable by fundamentally changing what it actually is, what it says, and who the target audience will be? Seriously, you tell me. Again, right or wrong, doesn't matter. What does it sound like? Here's my point with all of this. Sweet Baby Inc. is not the root cause of everything wrong in gaming, okay? That's
it is a symptom.
Ridiculous premise. That's an over-exaggeration that opened the door for this level of disingenuous criticism in the first place. But it is an example of why there are so many problems. If it wasn't this company, it would be a different one, okay?
Yep.
The demand exists on a publisher level, and there's probably a large number of similar examples out there. But we have to be precise when we speak about this, because when we're not precise, it allows gaming media and various different
to run with whatever they want,
to deliberately twist reality and gaslight their audience. Gamers don't understand, gamers don't get it, etc., etc. That's only possible, saying those things, because at times people are exaggerating the level of influence that Sweet Baby has. If one side says, "Oh my gosh, this one company is the reason for everything bad in video games," it makes it easy for someone else to respond with, "Haha, look how delusional they are. This company isn't the reason for every single problem ever in history." But when they are knowingly disregarding the fact that this company is a clear-cut example of industry practices that are making a very large number of core customers upset, well,
there you go.
It's pretty self-explanatory. The end result? Now that the company has Streisanded themselves into oblivion, gaming media has inadvertently exposed its own incompetence yet again, as the two sides argue past each other, each condemning a straw man of their perceived enemy, which is accurate enough to instill passion and inaccurate enough to allow disagreement. Bottom line, Sweet Baby Incorporated, led by Kim Belair, very obviously tries to influence games at a core level, modifying or rewriting them through a diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) lens, but they probably aren't always successful. And now over 250,000 people follow a list of games they worked on purely for the purpose of avoiding them, which they caused by trying to get the community and its creator suspended from Steam. Gaming media, and certain journalists in particular, are jumping around wildly with their own foot stuffed in their ass because they want to defend this company desperately, but the only way to do that is to twist everything around enormously and argue against a position that basically doesn't even exist. And to argue what they want to argue, they basically have to lie. Ultimately, the Sweet Baby Incorporated disaster is an example of how everyone involved can, and often does, deliberately misunderstand each other to try and make the other side look bad for profit. I'm guilty of it myself, though I do like to think I at least try not to have that issue most of the time, but that's up to the audience to decide. I'm sick of talking now. Links down below to support the video sponsor, of course. Thank you to Keeps. We have a spring collection of merchandise, limited edition, expiring soon. Pick one up if you want to. Also, other links as well, a VPN, locals and Patreon, various ways to support, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, question everything, and have a nice night.
Okay, so that was upper echelon on the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment if you like his stuff, or yours truly. And with that said, I'll see you guys next one. Alright, we're on the fun stuff now. Now, this guy, oh, it's from Behan. We've seen Behan before. I found an amazing unknown manga using a randomizer, I think it was called. So let's see, let's go.
Surfshark. There's a lot of manga, more manga than we could ever consume in our lifetime. So this got me thinking, what's the difference between a manga released in 1973 versus one released in 1987? So to try to answer this, I decided to read a completely random manga from every single year, starting all the way back in 1970 and going up until 2023. 53 mangas smashed together in one.
Let's go.
Not just read them, I'm gonna rank them, put them on a tier list S to F tier. And I think you're gonna be surprised. The manga in these two tiers. Tears, adrenaline, sadness, every facet of emotions you could feel when reading is what I experienced in this video. Now, I'm not gonna be ranking these objectively. I'm gonna rank them as a biased, dirty little slop man based on how I consume them in that moment. So if you need to scream your opinions at me, then go ahead and do so in the comments. So let's just get started off with a manga from 54 years ago.
54.
This one's pretty strange. It has an interesting art style to say the least, with what I guess you could say are unique character designs.
Different.
The entire premise of this manga is about becoming a businessman and how true businessmen are just superior. Like in the first chapter, this guy makes more money selling a booger than the entire day this guy tries to sell some dried squid. And overall, it was not really entertaining. I don't think anyone today would actually ever want to read this for fun, but I do still think it's pretty cool to maybe check out a chapter to get a feel for what it was like in the year 1970, because it's certainly different, but different doesn't mean good, so I'm putting it in F tier. This story begins 5,000 years ago, where a resident from another planet ends up stranded on Earth. Sadly, over time, this alien lost all ability to contact his friends, and giving up hope and not wanting his technology to be used to take over the planet, he spent his remaining time repurposing his system, so that years, decades, and even millennials down the line, it would be able to detect his true heir. And here we are, 5,000 years later.
You don't have to be afraid.
And this dude obtains all of the knowledge in the universe. Like, come on, nothing too crazy. He's just a normal kid. Babel 2 is about trying to protect Earth from this dude Yomi. They get into fights and bang bang spada boom, that was pretty much it. Koichi ends up obtaining powers and control over these fellas. I liked whenever he called his pterodactyl thing. It always looked pretty cool. However, if I could have any of his partners in real life, I'd want the shape-shifting panther. This manga was pretty good. The action was good, the artwork was good, the concept was good enough, and it didn't feel like I wasted my time reading. And whenever that happens in these types of videos, I'm a happy camper. B tier. I've already watched Devilman Crybaby a few years back, so I'm curious as to how it compares to the original source material. And honestly, they're surprisingly similar. If you haven't heard of it, essentially devils existed on Earth long before humans ever did. However, they got sealed in ice only for them to re-emerge years later, and this guy is aware of it all. He grabs his friend explaining the situation and tells him how they need to fight back, and there's only one way to do so: become part devil themselves. And well, I think the manga is really good. I might have to fight some of you in the comments, but I honestly wish I would have read this over watching Devilman Crybaby. But that's not to say it's bad by any means, they're just two different strokes of the same story. I think if you prefer insane visuals along with a beautiful ass soundtrack, then you should watch the anime. But if you want to see panels like this, and this, while also being able to control it at your own pace, you should read the manga. And if you really liked one version, I'm talking to you anime fans, you should definitely check out the other. Like, the first chapter had 0 words, and it was one of the coolest things I've ever read. Just don't overlook a series because it's over 50 years old now. A tier. This devastating earthquake completely destroys Tokyo, creating a post-apocalyptic world, which made a disgustingly brutal manga. People's heads get tossed around like the good old pigskin on a Sunday, and this dude Jack goes and violates evildoers in the most menacing way possible. And the fights are actually really good. They had nice, big, beautiful, gory panels that scratched that right part of my primal monkey brain, and I honestly had a great time reading. If you like this, Violence Jack would be a pretty cool read, as Miura said it was influenced for Berserk, and I think it certainly shows. Super solid, it gets a B tier. Now a word from the sponsor of this video, Surfshark. So you know what I am? A college student. You know what that means is that I gotta use my university's public Wi-Fi for all of my needs. So when I'm doing my very important and necessary research for my videos, my university's stalking my every single move. But with Surfshark VPN, this will never be a problem again, because with a VPN, it'll encrypt my online data.
We don't care.
The concept is extremely interesting. All right, but my mind just didn't want to continue. I definitely didn't give this a fair chance, but I gotta put in F tier. So, well, the concept is extremely interesting. All right, imagine this. You have 1 year, 1 full year to do whatever you want, and nothing is a barrier to you. Your family's uber rich, so you can have as much money as you would ever need. So what would you do? There is one barrier. By the end of this year, you have to bring back a bride that gets the approval of all of these people. And if just a single one says no, you'll be completely disowned from the family.
What?
Says my brother got into a car accident yesterday. Says it beanbag high bean.
Is he alright? Are you serious? That sounds terrible. That sounds absolutely terrible. Who would want this?
But if they all accept, you'll have everything you could ever need. And this is exactly what I would do if I had the opportunity.
Says yes has fine.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. Gotta be careful next time. Oh.
Says at Artextric YT. Says needs a new car.
I'm not that much of a traveler, so I'm definitely good hitting up those
Says
countries.
it beanbag,
After
I'm
that,
sorry
as a
to hear
major
that Hope
introvert,
he's doing okay.
I know I would be beyond exhausted, so I'd probably spend at least the next week chilling doing absolutely nothing. Now for the remaining year, I would take a much looser approach. No big travel plans, but I would have a couple things on the itinerary I would want to hit for sure. First of all, bro, get me courtside tickets to all of the March Madness games. Might as well go to the NBA Finals, and I definitely got to get a Super Bowl ticket as well, and just whatever sick-ass events that happen to pop up that I want to go to. And obviously, I enjoy anime and manga, so if I had a full year, I would want to consume all of this. I just haven't gotten around to. I literally asked all my friends this exact question to see what they would say, so feel free to let me know what you would do. But, the problem is, this is what the main character decided to do. So you want to fuck?
For real?
Yes. This fucking happened. This was just not at
all.
Are you serious?
What
the pages. Like, no way. I thought this was gonna be some softcore porn type shit. I don't know. It's kind of funny, but I'm putting it in F tier. I think these might be some of the stupidest looking character designs I've ever seen. Just look at how dumb and brainless they look, but I absolutely love it. I just want to pick them up and keep them in my little pocket. Essentially, this manga is a collection of short stories that all somehow revolve around death, such as the first one being about this man who is tasked to find a way to achieve eternal life, in which he creates this drug that is supposedly capable of extending one's life by 10 years. Then on a ride home in a taxi, the driver and himself both take this drug, where they seemingly get lost in another world that is identical to the one that they know. But now he's given a new objective, to create this vaporization drug, where it's as if life repeats. He spends the next 10 years working on this project to end up in the exact situation as he was before, together with the same taxi driver, where they find themselves back in the original world, with 10 years of new experiences within them, and no one else having a clue of all the time that had passed for them. This is just one example of several fascinating ideas in this manga that kept probing at the concept of time and its relation to death. And I had a great time reading. B tier. Very similar setup to this, minus violence, plus corruption, but no big punchy man. C tier. Ah, shit, man. The ending of this one's fucked up. It's a short one-shot, and this is maybe a quick 20-minute read for my queer homies watching, and if you want a bit of a tragedy, I think this is the one. For my enjoyment, I'm gonna plop it in C tier. I think I feel the most bad about rating this one, because this shit is just so old. Like, look at this. I can just smell the cigarette smoke coming from my screen, and in the year 2024, there's just no possible way to get into this. You have to fully commit and prepare for it to suck for at least 100 chapters, and like really suck. Not the One Piece is kind of bad at the start, because nope, those motherfuckers are wrong. This is the I want to claw my eyes out type of bad for at least 100 chapters. But I did get to a point later on where it did get decently interesting, such as the Chojin Olympics. It reminded me a lot of the early boxing days in Hajime no Ippo. There are also so many goddamn characters for you to become attached to and really root for.
Man.
But if you want to put yourself through the fucking
now looking at this now looks bad.
Absolute meat grind until your brain becomes mushy slop to just maybe just have a chance of really liking this story, then it could be a fantastic read. But it's just so long, and it's so long, and that just sucks a lot. And since it takes so goddamn long, and oh my god, those first couple of chapters were worse than watching kids' videos on YouTube, I can't give it anything higher than a C tier. I love boxing manga. I love it so much. It's just so good. Like, Hajime no Ippo is absolute perfection, and then Holy Land, well, it's more street fighting, but it's close enough. There's just something about fighting manga that awakens the inner monkey man inside of me. And when I start off a completely random manga and the artwork immediately looks like this, I feel like I should go place a 10-leg parlay bet. This guy right here is the magnificent loser. He's fought in so many matches and has lost way too many of them, but he is what everyone comes to see. And one time a big-time promoter is at his fight, and despite his terrible record, he recognizes how talented of a boxer he really is and wants to take him to the top of the boxing world. But if he's so good, why the hell does he always lose? Well, this psychotic man is so fight hungry that before matches, he gets fucking drunk just so he can fight more. Now, although I'm giving this manga a lot of praise, it doesn't get within a 100-mile radius of the word perfection. And with it being so short, it kind of just jumped around to plot point without letting any room to breathe. I really wish this story had more time to flesh itself out, because it could have been so much better than it was. But for the fact that it was able to tell its entire story in just a single volume is pretty insane if you ask me. Although the rush nature of it does hold it back a bit, so I can't place it in anything higher than a C tier. This was real rough to read through, but essentially everyone is having this shared dream, and some people are going into comas because if you die in the dream, oh no, I wonder what happens in real life. I wasn't interested in the concept, and all the characters merged together in my mind. I kept mixing up who was who in the dream world versus the real world, and I had to really
that
force
sucks.
myself
F
to
tier.
continue reading. F tier.
That's really bad if everyone's getting merged together to get to who's
Now
who.
immediately you're thrusted into this expansive, vast world that makes me just go, oh, what is that? And to be honest, it's really fucking cool. The world is so unique with so many different creatures all existing in a brand new ecosystem. I loved all the new creatures that were created. I would love to ride on one of these emu type bird things. I also loved how massive the world felt. There was really a sense of scale in this manga. For example, oftentimes people needed to travel to different nations for wars and such, and this travel felt like it actually took time. They didn't immediately teleport to where they're trying to go. They all got in their aircrafts and flew through the goddamn air. And even while flying, the story was still able to progress in a way that didn't feel like I took 17 melatonin gummies. And well, it's kind of what you expect from a Miyazaki work. Environmental stuff, female protagonists, awesome world building, and a little bit of fantasy and solid writing. However, there's one thing that I didn't love. For me, the politics of the world with the conflicting nations did get pretty overbearing at times, which does hold it back a bit. Like, there was this middle stretch in the manga where it felt like we just traveled from one war to another war to another war, and that's fine, but I kind of feel like an idiot if I say this. Sometimes it felt like there was just too much text. Now, with that being said, I don't know if this is controversial or not, but I think this might be my favorite Miyazaki/Ghibli work that I've consumed.
Says it, Bob.
I haven't
3
consumed
for
all of
high,
them, but again,
Bob.
the scale and liveliness of this world was by far and away the best part to me. Now, this might be a little crazy, but I'm putting it in A tier. So I like JoJo's. Ever since I first watched it, has always been one of my top 5 favorite series. I just
Says it
adore
bright
the
for close.
over-the-top
Hello,
absurdity
bright.
that is jam-packed into every part. And Cool Shock BT is the first serialized work that Araki has ever made. It's composed of 6 short stories all revolving around this guy, BT, and whatever schemes and trickery he can pull off. Like there was this one part where they pulled off a fake death prank just to fuck over some guy they didn't like. I always think it's really cool to read earlier works of an author you really
Says
enjoy.
it Bob
You can see the
Threefer,
insane
welcome.
evolution and where inspiration for later works originate from. Now, I have not asked Araki, but I'm pretty sure BT's mischievous nature and character design 1,000,000% influenced the design of early Dio. And also, this dude's Koichi. He's literally just Koichi. But to be honest, objectively,
Says
this manga
hey.
isn't that good. So
Hey,
if you
what's
have
going on?
no care for Araki or JoJo's, there's absolutely no reason to ever read it. But because I'm me, and I have these, I thought it was really interesting. So I'm going to place it here in, let's say, C tier.
Says it beanbag. Hello, beanbag.
Ah, how cute. What a sweet story about being transported to Snow White's fairy tale world. And then there's... never mind. There is nothing else going for it. F tier.
Wow, that was really
I'm
sad.
gonna just say this up front. I have a weird relationship with mecha. I've watched a couple of the biggest mecha anime, and it's strange because I can objectively look at it and be like, this is good. But for some reason, all of this just doesn't really get the fireworks going off in my brain the way it does for many people. Like, I wish someone could explain to me what they like about mecha so much. So go ahead in the comments and tell me why it's your thing. However, I made sure going into this, I was gonna come in raw. I was gonna come in fresh to give it a 217% fair chance. And it was actually not bad. So essentially there's this massive corporation that's creating these biomechanical transformations, but a test subject manages to escape them. Yet while on the run, he eventually gets caught, and in a panic, he kills himself, launching a very special unit called the Guyver right next to these fellows, where it happens to latch onto and become a part of him. Essentially, the Kronos Corporation is trying to get back the Guyvers that they lost. Meanwhile, these guys beat up anyone who tries to cause them problems. And it was pretty entertaining. Now, I do have to say, this is old, so it has some old tropey vibes, you know? For example, we have this Hall of Fame, mind-reading sideline commentator who knows and mentions every minute detail of a fight as if he was inside the bodies of the people fighting. But besides that, it was pretty pleasant. The paneling is super clean and easy to follow, which is perfect for my dumb little brain. It also had an intriguing enough of a premise that didn't make it awful to get through, so I'm gonna place it here in B tier. I'm pretty unfamiliar with a lot of Urasawa's works. I know he's made these and they're renowned for being some of the best manga ever, but I've only ever read Pluto, and it was one of the first manga I've ever finished, and I definitely didn't appreciate it as much as I should have. So I was hoping to get a true taste of what Urasawa was all about, and something about his writing had me so hooked. Essentially, our main character is getting trained by her grandfather, a 5-time judo champion, to become a star. Someone so dominant, you only really see it with the greats like Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, and Dick Paradise. But she isn't as interested.
Is that really a
All
name?
she really wants is to become a normal girl. Although over time, she starts to question this and understand the true value judo brings to her life. Now, there's something that Urasawa does in this manga that couldn't get me to stop reading. And honestly, it's so simple yet effective. I don't know why it had me so compelled. Out the gate, we're introduced to this goal that this girl right here is going to win gold at the 1992 Olympics and also take home the People's Honors Choice Award. And I don't know why, but this super blatant explanation of a goal is something that my stupid brain fucking loves. The entire time when reading, I was just so curious about what was going to happen next. This was a lighthearted, fun comedy sports manga that really didn't feel that much like a sports manga. It somehow took all the aspects that I love about sports manga and was able to combine it with the elements of character exploration that somehow meshed really well together. To the point where it made me just keep on saying, I'll just read one more chapter. I think this might be a real surprise, but it's a sneaky A tier. The author of this, Osamu Tezuka, is often referred to as the godfather of manga. And from reading this, I can kind of understand why. I was honestly locked in immediately because of how crystal clear this is to read. And well, it's really sad this couldn't have been adapted further due to his passing a couple years later. Essentially what we get is the preliminary retelling of Ludwig von Beethoven's life. Now normally I like to try to do some basic animations to the manga panels to give them some more life while watching, but this manga just doesn't need it.
I'm not feeling
look at this
one.
sequence of panels. He's practically doing the animations himself. And god damn, Tezuka was brilliant. And if I could, I would have given him a slappy smooch right across the forehead. I think this gets a super strong B tier. Hey, do you like typical romance stories but are getting a little bored of the same school setting? Well, I've got something for you. A romance, but with actors. Alright, I did start to enjoy what was gonna happen with the main girl and director student after things got to develop a little further, but this is like a lot of other romance stories, which isn't a bad thing. I like the characters in this one, and these two had a pretty good dynamic. And for a good romance, you kinda need some of the main characters to really click well in your mushy brain to make it good, so this makes it a little stronger for me than other romances, but it doesn't really get anything higher than a C tier. This one's very similar to this in the way that it just goes through the plot super fast. The difference here is that this is about gambling to the death while playing Mahjong. I do not know what the hell Mahjong is, and they don't really explain it. If I knew what it was, I think I would have liked this one a lot more. I like the art style and the overall plot is pretty basic, so I'm gonna place it here in C tier. This is gonna be completely incoherent. I apologize in advance, but at the same time I don't, because the story was a little incoherent as well, yet in the best way you could possibly think of. So to try to explain it, this guy diffuses. He literally starts to spread out into nothingness all over the world, and I've spent so much time sitting here trying to figure out what the hell that means, but I don't know. I really don't know. I think my best guess is about trying to figure out a greater purpose in your own life, as throughout the manga he gets transported to different parts of the world where he meets new people, starts to understand their problems, while figuring out more about who and what he is. Now there was this mystique to the plot that really had me itching to keep on reading. I wanted to know what the hell the diffusion was and how all the people he interacted with are going to be affected. The story kept on probing at my mind to be like, think of things, have thoughts, and I was in the state where I could feel the gears turning in my head, but the only thing I could output was just interest in what was going to happen next. And that is really the best way I can describe it. I think the art in the panels are really cool, but at the same time, the way the author drew faces sometimes actually freaked me out a little bit. I read this at 3 a.m. because I'm a sicko who does sick things, but when I saw this, I could literally feel my heartbeat.
This is not working.
It was like if these two authors did a fusion dance to make this manga, and that's pretty good if you ask me. So I'm gonna place it here in A tier. This manga is about why we tend to like certain people, why you're just drawn to someone for literally no reason, even when they lock you in a room blindfolded for multiple hours on end, telling you nothing about why, but for some strange psychedelic cult experience. However, this manga in its own twisted, strange ways was not bad.
The reason why I hold it, a lot of people say, can you just like put the picture in there and just have it there? I can. But the reason I hold it is knowing that it keeps me aware, because I end up falling asleep getting very bored, or it keeps my eye perceptive of what's important, because if I have it there and I start you know, looking for details, and that becomes a bad habit.
Wholesome. So I think it deserves a C tier. My favorite thing to do when I start a new manga is I want to go in 100% blind. And I mean wearing an eye mask with blackout curtains 100% blind. I do not want to know a single thing. Like, I do not care that this character is actually based on another character from the author's previous work, or that the author has 27 years of experience in toe paintings. I want to save all of that shit for after, once I already really enjoy and become a super fan of a given series. But the massive problem with me knowing absolutely nothing before reading a lot of these series is that I can get lost in the manga vortex of how to consume it. Like, I cannot tell you how many times in these videos that a manga actually reads from left to right, and for 3 chapters now I had been reading the entire thing wrong, and that's why I had no idea what the fuck was happening. And well, this manga kind of fell into the same trap. Apparently it's a collection of one-shots. So imagine how confused I was when for the first 2 chapters, it follows this romantic grave robbing story, and then chapter 3 starts, and it's about how your childhood friend became so famous that he doesn't even want to talk to you. Things like these really do mess up my enjoyment, but I also wasn't really that interested in the one-shots to begin with. I think the second one-shot was actually pretty decent. It had this one twist where the childhood friend was actually dead and someone was just pretending to be him the entire time. But overall, I would have preferred to lose $5 betting on pig races with the homies, so I'll place it here in D tier. Well, I know what this means now. I don't think any manga has impacted me in the way that this one has. Not even Night Patrol Sensei from this video. And if you've read that one, you know how much it just touches deep in your soul. It seems like a lot of these manga that are based on true stories really resonate with me. It's something about the realness that always gets me reflecting when I just never do that. And well, I honestly don't think a lot of you will have the same reaction I did if you were to read it. Sometimes you just happen to read a story that hits a certain note within you to feel some type of way that nothing else can really do. Sometimes you just happen to cross paths with the right thing at the right time, and it just makes you want to be vulnerable and cuddle up with your Pachita plushie. And luckily for me, A Journal of My Father was the right thing at the right time. Yoichi works hard. He's dedicated himself to his career and his new family in Tokyo, but that also means he's forgotten something. It's been 15 years. 15 years since he visited his hometown. 15 years since he last saw his father. And 15 years since he was able to be nostalgic about his family. He's run away at the same pace since he first left without a single thought about looking back. Anytime an opportunity would arrive about making a return, it was brushed to the side because he's too busy. And then one day at work, he's informed of something. His father passed away. So now after all this time, he has to stand before everyone and pretend he hasn't been avoiding this exact situation. But it's odd, because instead of making steps forward like he thought he was doing, everything in his mind is walking backwards. All the memories he suppressed all float to the top to be shared with everyone. He recalls the first time he found out about his parents splitting up, or that time his father and uncle saved his dog from a house fire. As well, he remembers joining the track team, running day after day to escape from his own life. And reading this, how can it just not make you think about your own life? Think about the relationships you have with your parents and some of your greatest moments you've ever had, but also some of the worst. And to me, any story that is able to generate this level of self-reflection, as well as making me ugly cry as if I found out I had a terminal illness, solidifies itself as a bona fide S-tier manga. Again, I really have no idea if many people would have any semblance of a similar reaction as I did. But if you're in a mood to possibly want to bawl your eyes out, or maybe just want to know what the fuck got me yapping this hard, then check it out. It was only 12 chapters. This is some Yakuza romance type story that was just a little bit aggressive. It's only 6 chapters, but it wasn't really for me. So I'm gonna put it here in F tier. This has been on my plan to read list for the longest time. And right away, this has one of the most fun and entertaining concepts in all of manga. It's about a game of rock, paper,
scissors? Rock, paper,
so essentially
scissors.
They take all of the losers of the world with incredible amounts of scam debt, and they give them a little bit of hope. They say, hey, there's this place where you can win off all of your debt in just a single night. So they're kind of given no choice but to say yeah. All these people are thrown on a cruise ship, given a choice of varying amounts of money, and are forced to gamble in a game they have no idea what it could be. But the winners get to leave happy, and the losers, you just don't want to know what happens to them. So how the hell do they make rock, paper, scissors of all games entertaining? They add restrictions. They limit the amount of cards you can play. You can only play 4 of each of rock, paper, and scissors. And once they're gone, they can't be used again. You also only get 3 lives, and in each game, you either win a life, lose a life, or it's a draw. That's it. That is it. So obviously when I heard the concept of the game, I sat there for a couple minutes and tried to think of what strategies would I try to employ. I thought, we have this cash that they let us borrow, so what could I do with it? I thought maybe I could buy people's cards off them. Since you have all the lives at the beginning, there's no reason to play at all, and maybe someone would just sell me their cards, or maybe just give them away altogether. And that was really the extent of my strategy. But as I kept on reading, they would mention the beginning strategies of their own plans, and I would sit there for a bit again and try to think, okay, what are they trying to do? They're looking for someone who is 5 lives and just played a rock and a paper. What the hell does that mean? Obviously, I had no idea. I kept on reading, and eventually they would create these insane 5D chess move strategies that I had no chance of ever thinking of. And this just continues on, and I was just so invested. This manga does such a good job of leaving little cookie crumbs right in front of you to nibble on and be satisfied with until it keeps on increasing the stakes higher and higher, because then you have no choice. I just needed to know what was going to happen next. This manga is a little dangerous though, because I think, oh man, it would be a lot of fun to play poker with the boys or gamble on a game of Mario Party. Overall, this was wildly entertaining. It does lack a little bit of emotional resonance I look for out of an S tier manga, so I'll place it here in A tier. I read this whole thing and I'm not sure if I understood what was happening, but at the same time, I like looking at it, man. We have this futuristic world where humans can be born with special powers, where this one is just too OP, and in fear of what she could do to the world, she's locked away for good, until someone in the government grants her a wish to travel somewhere far away under the guidance of this guy, where for the rest of the manga, they're just trying to get to the end location while fighting off government dogs coming after them. But what was really cool about this manga is that it was unlike anything I've ever read before. The chapters were insanely short, and it tried as hard as possible to not be boxed in by typical manga panels, and this worked so well. It's a quick enough read that reading the first volume will give you a cool experience you don't often find from other manga, and it's something that I don't think could really be replicated in anime, which makes reading this super unique. I don't think the plot was anything too memorable, so that certainly holds it back a bit from being one of the best, but the experience I had with this is one of a kind. I liked it a lot, and I'm gonna place it here in B tier. I just love me a collection of one-shots. Okay, well, I do for authors I already love, but when I don't know anything about them, it's kind of just a slog. My favorite of all of these ones though was Chapter 4, a quick romance story about walking in the rain. I wasn't really a huge fan though, D tier. See, I've already read everything from the year 2000, so let's just roll for fun and see what we get. No! The romance genre is hard, and some of you will like a more innocent high school story where the main character can see a ghost and is told she only has 1 month to live. But this didn't really touch my earlobes like I wanted it to. Wasn't bad though, just a little unforgettable to me, so it gets a D tier. I'm gonna say it. I'm about to expose myself. I am a smelly little guy because I like Smashy Bros. So with that being said, my only exposure to the Samus or Metroid series comes from Smash. So I really had no idea about any of the lore. And from what I can tell, it goes something like this. Samus is baby. Ridley come to Earth. Earth has power. Ridley want power. Ridley destroy. Samus
says
only
hi.
Survivor. But
hello.
Ridley, you stupid fucker. Samus raised by Old Bird. Old Bird make her strong. Samus become Galaxy Protector, but Old Bird has Metroid Parasite. Ridley want, so Ridley do bad things. Samus come to the rescue. The end.
What kind of what?
Sorry, that was really fucking stupid. But Metroid was a short 16-chapter story that felt like it kinda had to rush through to cover the fundamentals of the series. At least that's what it felt like to me. Yet the entire time reading, it made me feel really nostalgic and has gotten me itching to play all of these old GameCube games that I've just never touched. And it's been a month since I've read it, and I haven't played any of them. But I swear, I'll be coming for you guys one day. It gets a C tier. 2003, my birth year. The manga I got for this year happens to be
who are you drawing?
True hidden gem.
No,
Something
I'm just doing studies.
Really special. So I'ma save it for later, and it might just be one of the sneakiest best manga I found in any of my videos. I love my dog. Look at him, man. He's so cute, and old and ugly at the same time, and the whole appeal of this manga is that you just get to see some cute ass dogs. And I guess there's also an anime girl, so that too if you care. But essentially there's this dog store that's looking to hire some people, and this girl just has this supernatural instinct that knows exactly what dogs are feeling. The store owner and the girl meet each other. She offers to work because she's been looking for a job, and here we are. I like dogs, so I'm gonna place it in C tier. This one's a comedy series, but comedy's super duper hard to execute in manga, so I didn't have a lot of expectations going in, and this one just continues to play off on a gag that everything goes right for this guy. But he's just the most arrogant piece of shit ever. Like, he saves someone from a robbery, he also then saves someone from bullies, and everyone now thinks he's the most awesome, noble person ever. Except for these people. They all know the truth, but each of them, for their own reasons, don't want that truth to be known, and it's just really stupid. But a couple times it did make me chuckle a little bit, which is something I rarely do while reading, so for that reason alone, I gotta place it in B tier. Kingdom is peak. I don't know if this is controversial or not, but I think the romance genre is without a doubt the hardest genre of any medium to recommend to someone. That's because I have my own specific taste for what I like, which is going to be completely different from your tastes. Or maybe you think the whole genre itself is stinky ball sweat, and that's okay. The main character is a 26-year-old manga author who has zero interest or time in getting a boyfriend. All she wants is to get better at her work, but she has this friend that convinces her in order to write good romance stories, she needs to experience a little bit of romance herself. And still, she just doesn't really care, but to satisfy her friend's desires, she attends a mixer. And let's just say something might have changed her mind about a possible relationship. And this was great. I loved the characters, I thought the romance dynamic was good, I love the art style, and it finally felt like I could read a romance with adults. Something that is so rare in manga. When it's done in a way like this, I can't help but be satisfied like a plump little piggy. It had the perfect amount of wholesomeness, while at the same time had enough entanglements and drama that it didn't.
So far, this dude has said anything too sus, but that's just a weird one. A plump little piggy? For a romance model? Okay. Questionable. Very questionable, but...
get boring. So, thank you. I read the whole thing like it was nothing, and it gets a definite A tier at least. As someone who's attempting to be a bit of a creative, I think I relate a lot to this. This guy is a beyond talented calligrapher. He wins just so many awards, but he actually sucks. Everything he does is too by the book. It's like studying to get the perfect A+, and then forgetting everything immediately afterwards. His calligraphy just doesn't have any depth. Nothing about it is able to resonate with anyone.
Is this the guy who punched the old man in the face?
Copy of what already works. Yeah, feel that one. So he's sent to live on Japan's most western island, thinking he'll have all the time in the world to master his craft. But not quite. There's this thing. This had a bit more slice of life than what I initially expected, but I really appreciate the message that in order to succeed at doing something creative, you need to have other life experiences to help influence and shape the fluidity of your creative endeavor. And all the external factors might just be as valuable for inspiration. Also, I really like the aspect of him living on this island really impacted his new way of living. Since it's so small, everyone likes to help one another out, and this was something he just hadn't really experienced before. Like, there was this one short story about an unmotivated student needing to deliver some food to him, because that's just what they do. And in the process, he sees this.
What the hell?
Shit. He and I both start to realize in this moment how much work you gotta put in if you want to be great at something, which reminds me of a story my dad used to tell me. He told me that Larry Bird, yep, this guy right here, would practice so much that the tips of his fingers would start to bleed. I don't have a goddamn clue if that's remotely true or not, but it puts into perspective the level of coded time investment you need to be great at anything. And I really rock with that. It's been ingrained into my mind brain to really love the idea of working hard. However, I think one thing that holds me back from getting on my knees for this manga is I found a lot of the characters so far to be kinda unamusing. Nothing about them made me latch on to real hard and wanting to get to know them a lot better. But what this manga really nails are the wholesome character interactions. And because of all this, I think I should put it in B tier. What we have here is a boy band group manga, and well, it was...
We're almost to the end.
Actually, let's just listen to this song I made about the manga. Never mind, I ain't doing all that. F tier. I have no idea why I kept on reading this for as long as I did, but for some reason, something within me just wanted to keep on rooting for this guy. And no, it's not because he followed his crush to an idol concert. It's because he becomes the greatest female idol the world has ever seen. So his crush really likes this one idol group, and there's actually an open audition, but she is nervous, like really nervous. So his genius idea to ease her nerves was to cross-dress and go to the audition himself. And the rest is history. Now, this is such a goofy concept on paper, but somehow it just works. All the effort he puts in is tied to him wanting his crush to succeed. But at the same time, he becomes such a good leader for the group. It made me just want to stand up and clap my hands. I like the characters a lot, and for how dumb the concept is, it has this charm to it that really made it engaging to read. It's a weird one, but I think it gets a B tier. This felt very similar to a lot of mid-2000s slice of life anime. It's set in a school with there being one super enthusiastic character, one weak, nerdy type character, one depressed, leave me alone type character, and the main character being some guy who's just given up on everything. But the one gimmick that this manga has to make it at least a little different is that 1, all these characters are named Sakura, and 2, they're on the same team for the notorious Field Day episode. And while this manga didn't really stand out that much to me, I'm gonna give it a C tier. See, I hate to admit this, but a year ago now I was on a disgusting, lonely, depraved binge where I happened to read this. I heard some people talk about it one time, had no idea what it was about, but I liked the art style and decided to read it. But the thing is, this manga reaches deep down in the steaming dumpster of hot, trashy manga. And depending on what type of person you are, you'll either want to know more or think anyone who touches this with a 15-foot pole is a disgusting, sick freakazoid. So here's a brief overview. These two are just perfect. From the outside looking in, they are the ideal couple. 2 of the most popular people in school just happen to be a match for one another. And I just love me some good, wholesome romance. Huh? What did she just say?
What? That's that brother?
I'm pretty sure her name is not Akane-san. What kind of tomfoolery is going on here?
What the hell?
Let's just say it gets pretty messy. It gets pretty trashy. Why did I continue reading this? How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? The world may never know. I'm gonna place this right here and move on with my life. So let me tell you a quick story that I promise is extremely relevant to this manga. See, the thing is, Haikyuu is one of my favorite anime ever. It's something about working together while at the same time wanting to try so fucking hard at something that makes me think back to when I was like 10 and I would dream about hitting a game winner in a state title game. And it somehow constantly replicates the feelings of intensity, stakes, and passion that really makes me miss playing basketball at a competitive level. And well, I thought I could share this love with others. So one day I proposed to my roommates, hey, we should watch Haikyuu. I think you guys would really like it. We then proceeded to watch one episode. They laughed in my face and thought it was the stupidest shit they had ever seen. And it's not like the story itself is bad. Like me and so many other people love Haikyuu. It's just that my roommates couldn't buy in. They saw one part that rubbed them the wrong way and were immediately...
You need to get better friends. If they don't like Haikyuu, they really hate life. How do you... Bro. I can tell Hinaka, he's... The orange-haired main character is a bit annoying, but you can get over it.
Turned off by it, and that's okay. Not everything I love has to be for someone else. But I hate to say that I just couldn't buy into this manga. Let me tell you what it's about. We have this main character who's weak, frail, and honestly an annoying little shitter. Like, think about the most feeble, overly happy, and God, I want to punch the shit out of him type character. That's this guy. And who could have guessed he's getting bullied? But then, wait a second. Hey, what are you doing? What did I do? I'm only being human. Do you remember those old bullying commercials they might have showed you in school? Something like this.
I touched it. Talk to him, coach. I touched it. It's their ball.
This moment felt like it came straight out of that.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing
wink,
that as a
give a corn.
Yeah, I remember seeing that as a kid. It was those commercials. Do the right thing, because things will turn out well. But you should do the right thing. But it's a guarantee not everything's gonna go exactly as you want.
Corny ass smile and then put his thumbs up. I think what pissed me off the most is that this is not a real person. And this is not a real person. Like, how in the fuck does this happen? How does one jump, do the splits in the air while getting a soccer ball vasectomy? But then
yeah, how does that
with a
happen?
stupid smile on his face and giving 200% effort. See, there's levels of camp that don't even begin to describe how cheesy this shit was at times. But I have to admit, he tries hard. He by far puts in more work than anyone else, but since he's so dog shit, he better be. See, I think if you're able to buy in and come in knowing the levels of embarrassing tropiness, you can end up really liking what this story has to offer. It just might be worth the payoff. There's certainly moments where I couldn't help but be like, all right, maybe this guy isn't so bad. I think I could maybe give this a shot again, but since I couldn't, it gets the very bottom of C tier. Ladies gotta put this guy to sleep or they die. Pretty boring. It put me to sleep reading. F tier. I was just kind of underwhelmed. The characters didn't interest me. The concept was forgettable, but it has some fire ass volume covers. And because I like the covers, I'ma place it in D tier.
Okay.
It's always so fresh to start a new fantasy manga, and right from the gate, it feels so buttery. And it's in the way the scenery is drawn, the way the creatures interact with the environment, and the way the characters mix together with this. And for me, it's the first hook to actually get me invested in a fantasy series. Like, sometimes you can just tell when an author has put a lot of thought into their fantasy world to make it really mesh well together. And this manga touched that mental button in my mind. The world is just fantastic. Like, boom, this panel's great, this panel's great, and this panel's great. And well, essentially this chick went to the most renowned magic school, but wants to be trained by the world's strongest witch. But becoming her apprentice wasn't what she was expecting. To be honest, I had a lot of fun. I loved the art style, the world building, and the characters. Reading it felt like drinking a tall glass of water after busting your brother's ass in a game of one-on-one. B tier. I've had to read a lot of BL manga, only because of this video, but out of all of the ones I've checked out, this was probably the best. It's super short at only 6 chapters, and was just straight to the point. The character designs remind me a lot of this, and I like this. It kind of has a basic setup with one of the characters being a nerd and the other being an outgoing goofball, but it wasn't bad at all. And I honestly can't complain one bit. It hit the romance beat well, and if this is your type of peanut butter, then I think you would have a great time. It gets a solid, but not amazing C tier. Yeah, baby! Give me more trashy gore thriller junk food type manga, please. I'll eat this up any day of the week. For what this is, it's one of the most fun manga I read during this whole video. An evil spirit is possessing this chick. They do some spirit hunting type shit, and this leads to awesome fight scenes. This is insane. Just looking at this makes me do a little shaky dance in fear, and I love it. This artwork awakens my munchy trash receptors to just enjoy something so painfully mediocre. The plot is whatever, it's just very unforgettable, but the situations the characters are put in to show off the artwork makes it such a fun read. Being able to put things like zombies, spirits, gore, sick ass fight scenes, and anime girls in a big old pot, mix them together to just
big old pot
art. It's like eating a full Caniac combo from Cane's. It feels so good, but it hurts so bad. This does suffer from being anything deeper than, oh look, scary spirit, let's kill evil spirit. But I honestly don't care. Super strong, super fun, awesome B tier manga. This is set in a fantasy type RPG world and is from the perspective of this Demon King. It starts off with the heroine charging in with a full head of steam to take down our odd protagonist. She stood no chance. But you want to know the weirdest part about being a Demon King? It's that after he knocks out the people trying to attack him, he walks them back to their homes. He carries them like little babies in his arms, and with the final person he takes back to their home, he encounters her. Want to take a wild stab at what happens next? I think immediately if you hear this vague outline, you'll already know if you would like this or not. But this just isn't really my personal preference. However, I can definitely understand the redeeming qualities, as it was actually a decently wholesome story about this new family just trying to figure out how to live together. Ultimately, it's not really for me, but I liked it enough to place it in C tier.
I want to play after the stream.
Alright, let's take a second to think about something. Did you ever have a teacher you hated so much you wish you could just wail on them? Yeah, no, I never had that. But one time sophomore year in high school, I swear to God, I had the worst English teacher of all time. She talked to us as if we were 5-year-olds, and I didn't learn a single thing all year. I guess it kind of makes sense as to why my writing is so dogshit now, but let's revisit that question in reverse. Do you think teachers want to be our annoying asses? Some of them? Absolutely. Some people in school are the most insufferable people of all time, and this manga is what happens when you let all hell break loose. You take bullying to the edge of suicide, teachers get killed by students, and then this guy comes in to let everyone's true feelings free. And I just think this is kinda an odd way to convey whatever message was trying to be said. It honestly made me feel pretty uncomfortable, so I have to place it in D tier.
Wait, what?
Why in chapter 1 does bro just got his cock and ball out? Like, for what reason? This immediately kind of weirded me out for the rest of the manga, so I might be a bit more critical than maybe I should. This is a romance story that focuses on this country girl. She's always wanted to live in the city, so she decided to go to university in Tokyo. But she's broke as shit, so she needs to live in a boarding house that has 4 other people in it. And one of them is this guy. He's a played up sex lord that can get any woman he desires. Obviously, she becomes interested in him, but not interested at the same time, and this is where the games begin. I think what the selling point of this manga is trying to be is exploring the relationship between a party that consists of someone who's inexperienced and someone who's extremely experienced. But they both want to make things work out eventually. And well, it's okay. I think what rubbed me the wrong way is that it felt very tropey and a little bit cliche at times, so it kind of just made me scratch my head, but it wasn't bad. It's a junk food type romance story, so it gets a C tier. In the randomizer that I used for this video, they also included manhwa, and at the time I had never read a manhwa before, so my very first experience is with something called The Lazy Sword Master. And right away, let me just say, manhwa's pretty cool. We have this guy chosen by the Holy Sword to be the savior of mankind versus the last absolute evil. With the tip of his blade ready to win it all, he gives up. He's then reborn into the #1 swordsman family, and of course he's cracked out of his mind, so all day he just chills looking up at the clouds. So everyone thinks he's just a massive bum, but he's actually better than anyone could ever imagine. And this starts to become known when assassins are sent after his mother. And holy shit, the paneling is so sick.
Buy a new one.
Just look. See, I don't know if the effect is coming off the same way in video, but when I was reading it and how it starts off blurry, but as you scroll up to catch up to his moving body, it makes the action feels so clean. It feels like he literally just jumped out of that spot to dash toward his opponent, and this is something totally different from what I've come to expect from manga. So I had an entertaining time reading this, but at the same time I didn't really care for the plot and was mostly just geeking out over the new cool art form I've discovered. So it gets a super strong, solid C tier. This is kind of your typical love square type manga, where she likes him, but she also likes him, but she was faster and asked him out, and then this guy's like, yeah, whatever, but he likes her, and this guy's just confused, so she, hurt and lonely, starts to maybe like him. Wait, does he actually like her? And then this guy comes into the picture and has a crush on her, but at the same time, these two are dating, and she genuinely has feelings for him. So what the fuck does she do now? Stays out while they're dating, she always wanted, but now no longer wants because he's her. Yeah. Just kind of a big clusterfuck, but in a wholesome, honest way. Not the like spicy dumpster fire I like my sister type of way. Now sometimes with these series I fall into a trap where I don't think it's that good, but it's also not bad. It floats in this purgatory of but sometimes I tell myself I'm gonna stop reading at a certain point just to save myself some time. But then I go on to finish the chapter, click on the next page, tell myself I'll just read 5 more pages and end up spending an extra hour reading. But again, it's not good in the ways that this is good. So I'll end up forgetting everything as soon as I take my midday power nap. I don't know. How do I rank this? It's like eating 5 gummy bears. I do it and I'm content, but also maybe it would have been better if I didn't do it at all. I guess I gotta give it a C tier. Now remember how I saved one for later? The time to talk about it is now. My favorite thing about making these types of videos are finding true
3 minutes
hidden
left.
gems. And right from the first chapter, right from the first couple of pages, I fell in love at first sight. What I strive for when reading a new manga is this euphoric feeling of adrenaline. I don't know if other people experience the same thing, but it's this feeling where my heart starts racing, my eyes just get sucked into the page, and my finger keeps swiping as I can't help but turn the page as fast as possible. And then there's this massive pit of emotions and vulnerability that I feel in my chest. And every time I start a new manga, this is what I hope for. Now, there's this little boy who is as obedient as he could be. He never wants to cause his father any problems because he works hard. He has to work long hours to be able to support this little family that they have. It's sad. This boy wants the attention he knows other people are getting, but the first chapter has this emotional juxtaposition where the boy is alone and sad, yet the dad is thinking about how happy he's about to make his son if he can gift him something he loves. Just look at this smile. It brings so much joy to my heart. They take this go-kart to a racetrack, and it sucks. It was built poorly, but you know who doesn't give a fuck? This kid. He was going to drive it and have more fun than anyone could ever imagine. But where this manga thrives is when he expresses his unfiltered desires to achieve something, even when it's as small as driving in a straight line in this shitty-ass go-kart. Whenever this happened, it created tension and anticipation about what would happen next, and I absolutely love this. I would become like a little kid brimming with excitement when he would just pass someone in a race, or when he tries to hit the perfect Mario Kart time trials line on a turn. And the craziest part is that I've never watched any F1 or any other racing sport in my life, but this manga was able to make me care. It shoves such likable characters right in your face that if you don't want to root for them, then you're just a sick, twisted human. But by far and away, what I loved most in this manga is that it was able to make me miss competing. There are tons of these tense head-to-head moments that replicated this feeling of intensity that I've only ever had in sports before. And it just made me miss being in a high-stakes match where you just want to win so bad and there's just no time left, so you have to push your body to run and move in ways you didn't even know were possible. And it just makes me want to grunt like a monkey man because I don't know how to properly express myself. Oddly enough, I think the feeling of adrenaline I get when I've played sports and what I strive for when reading a manga are pretty much the same, and every chapter I read gave me that feeling. I love this. I fucking love this. It had everything I would ever want out of a manga. S tier. Well, this is the tier list of a random manga from every single year. If you enjoyed, subscribe. That's it. Bye-bye. Also, thanks Surfshark.
That's the end of that. All right, guys. For like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. If you guys enjoy this on YouTube or Twitch, or a case may be, and also on Twitch or wherever case. For those who are on TikTok, you was not able to hear any of the stuff that was happening because TikTok is too much of a pansy. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Like I said before, go to Bahan. He does a great job of making these videos as long as possible, but it's still interesting. Hey, boredom. I'm not saying that right. So with that said, have a great night, guys. Thank you for coming in. Also for TikTok and stuff. Tomorrow I might do a fan art or something. I don't think. Oh, tomorrow I might do a fan art or something. I don't know yet, but I'll figure out something. I want to find something that was fun for me to draw. I have some things in mind, so I'll do it tomorrow. Instead of just doing a bunch of random
Would you rather may a tree grow or a Negro? Good night, everyone.
Anyway, so with that said, have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one, and all that great stuff. All right, I'm out.